We Coach Ben, we chuka Lord, we chuka more. I greet you all and welcome you, all of you, to Pastor Samuel K. Majuk online ministry. We are about to start. So far, we around 84 people, and we're looking so far to start when we reach 100 people. So don't forget to share video with your family members and friends. right. I welcome you again, all of you, for the second time. And before we go ahead, I would like to open this session with prayer. So I'm along I will pray, and please try to pray with me wherever you may be. So let us pray. God, Father, we thank you so much for the gift of another day. Lord, Father, we thank you for undeserved privilege that we get through your Son, Jesus. We thank you, Lord, Father, that we came a long way, but because of your presence of the Spirit, you give us protection and guidance. We come here tonight before you, Lord, to open your Bible together. And before I open the Bible and preach your word, we will discuss our contemporary issues, things that are affecting our community. In chuku cholba jong du yin walk, bake guest speakers to ben bake in a blessing. Bukuloy ni ekul presented to the best of their knowledge. Give us your wisdom and your spirit. Queen Bukulej, ring a Yeju Christo bandida. Amen. Okay. We coach Ben Kitwing, which I cake Lord, which I welcome to Pastor Samuel K. Majuk online ministry. Our session today will be a little bit different to the way I used to do every Friday. As you all know, every Friday, what I normally do is to open the Bible and preach. And before I preach, I normally sing a lot of songs or play a lot of songs, gospel music. But tonight, we'll be jam issues the work affected. We'll be discussing a lot of contemporary issues facing us today. I will ask my guest speakers to keep their camera on because now we are live on the TV, on YouTube, and on Facebook. Before we go ahead, I will do a little bit of introduction by introducing my guest speakers who are now today with us, as you can see them on the screen. We will do mix and match, both English and Dinka. And I will be very happy if any one of you want to express himself or herself in Arabic or Kiswahili. Any language is fine, because I believe this page has been followed by many people, those who are in South Sudan, many people who are also in East Africa, and many people who are in the diaspora, of which most of them are familiar and they are okay any way you will express yourself. To go ahead, I will begin with my guest speaker. The first one from my right hand side is Apuk. Her name, she's called Apuk Jiel Marol. And Apuk, she's a young, beautiful girl, someone who is gifted, public speaker, and she is very inspiring to many young people. Apuk has done a Bachelor of Medical Science, major in biomedical science, and she also has done a Master's of Education, secondary level, majors in chemistry and biology. Right now, Apuk is working as a teacher, and she's also a year advisor. Apuk, she is a co-author of the book called Redefining Cultural Continuity Through South Sudanese Women Artistic Practices. That is a book. I will bring a book on the screen, so most of you may not know her. So that's Apuk. You can see she's there on the screen. Welcome, Apuk. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for that.
Good, thank you. All right. Go ahead. I will introduce my another guest speaker. She's very new and she's very young. I think she's the youngest among the speakers today. Our sister Grace Akon Andrew. Akon, she is very aspiring writer, and I believe most of you has seen a lot of her writing on social media lately. Grace Akon, she's a woman liver. I don't know what she means by that, and she will explain later on when I give her a chance to speak. She hosts a real talk with Grace and talk to school girls, women talk with Grace, Then she's the founder of Grace Foundation. On personal note, Akon also has done some work. She worked with Torch as a gender and communication coordinator. Akon also worked as a community and accountability officer for Save the Children in 2014. She is also a founder of Grace Foundation, national organizations. Grace Akon also she's the host of Real Talk with Grace, Women Talk with Grace, Talk to School Girls. She has also been awarded with so many certificates. The list is long, but I will not bore you. I will only pick some of the certificates that I feel are relevant to our today discussions. Grace Akon has been awarded with Gender-Based Violence Certificate. She's also awarded with a Certificate of Health Promotion and Health Education. Grace Akon has been also awarded with Certificate of Training in Family Tracing and Reunification, Child Protection by Save the Children International. Grace started her education in Bor in Langbar Mixed Primary School. After class 8, she was among the lucky students to get the scholarship for high school in Kenya. And after high school, she studied at university in Kenya, Chuka University. Right now, she is pursuing her university career. I will bring Akon on the screens, and most of you may not know her. Hello, Grace. How are you?
Hi, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, my last speaker would be very inspiring young man, very humble. I wish I would write his name as Dr. Denkwer, but she actually asked me today to write his name as, one second, Deng, can you bring your camera up a little bit so we can see you? A little bit, yes, there you go. Thank you, that's it, you got it. So he asked me to write his name as Denkwer Bull, a clinician and author, and the founder. Denkwer is by professional a medical doctor, and he is graduate with the medical science. He has a lot of wealth of knowledge in many areas, including community, leadership, education, religions, and culture. He invests in church, as many people know, in Nairobi area, and education, in which he is the founder of what he called Awake Youth Foundation. Deng is also an author of the following book with titles, Who Owns the Success? It's one of his first book. Another book is Rainbow of the Crying Society. And the third book is Wake Up and Shine Students. So Deng has done many things. He has done many things in Nairobi, as many people know. And Deng was a leader of Nairobi area in Jawulia Youth Ministry. I will bring Deng on the screen, so many of you may not know him. That is Deng. Deng, how are you? Thank you. Hey, in Apodopay in Yemen, we're Coach Ben, which I came Lord. As I said before, we will mix both English and Dinka. I believe many people who are members and those who follow this page may be very happy for us to speak in any language that we think may be good for us, to articulate our points. So thank you so much, we're Coach Ben. We are almost now, we are 200 people. Ay na podo pay na coach ping tong English a chao be war ya pay kicha lwel wintwing ay coach ben ka cha ke gwirwe ge yinga rin ken ku jala ke ngiran ku jala ke chiram pio ku jala mio chinyale chira mio ni cake so cha gol ni nyan kaida ye chola apuk jel maror kurande ro e nyan kaida man ye chol Grace Akon Andrew rande diak e wan mad den kwer bul ke koy ke die ale bagating ke kan ga to on the screen. Now bugulo ke bi one year kule, our numbers are nearly over 200, 179 on the other side, kujela 84, kujela 38 on the other side. So number chijui which you call which achuke go betit. Topic e bugo jantine ye kule, our today ayagachol contemporary topics are 5. So kitwing issues with early marriage, kidero girl educations, kidiak monogamies kujala polygamies tinga diar kero kuja tinga ting tok kirungwan kir parenting lwe leke chol parenting ke coach ben ke young people kwali biran de lwe yen yung ngike about parenting but ke anong give ke kaman akine access to many young people in a career kuja professional ran lui kene young people chimana puk kuchimara ni chol den kwer ke koy ke alibike le work yung challenges lu use affecting him and thioke ku ke challenges ke kai lo to it parenting the young parents ku jela young people. There's a gap chiracha between young people ke yimit ku jela parents kene ke pia bugu jam ne ke the parentings. So chan bugu gol kaya nyar biya poinchi in the parentings yen ka ba betwing. To start with, I will begin with our last point, the parentings. When we come to this agenda, I will unmute all of you, and this is how we will continue our discussions. Apuk, Grace, and Deng, I welcome you one more time, and I want to say thank you so much for taking your time and to be part of these important discussions. I got 3 questions for parentings. I will read the questions, and I will start with Deng Quer. Deng will tell us what is his view toward this agenda. And then from there, Apuk, you can pick it up from Deng. And then Achideng Tok, when Deng is finished, Grace, you will pick it up from there. That is answering the questions. Then after that, we will be having open discussions. What I mean by that is when you feel like you want to jump in, you want to add something, or you agree or disagree with that particular point, Chira and Eluel, you are okay to jump in and say your view. And I'm sure our discussion today a bit to the point, kukaya ngot, abia professional, kukabu keep to the point. We will viewers too. Nanera and Swal Kobitich, you are highly welcome to ask your questions. Parentings. Denquer, Apuk, and Grace. What are the challenges to modern parenting? That is our first question. What are the challenges to modern parenting? So I will put you on the screen, Ding, and I will unmute myself. I will mute myself. Floor is yours, Denquer.
Hey, no viewers, which a cake moth, which a college, time in Chagam, who pasta in Chalage, Chawbe. To understand challenges in modern parenting, parenting, you go. So my answering will be lengthy because the car buku keja tau in buku point your pick from there that this is a challenge, this is a challenge. Buku comparison jala baby, so I may take longer because the two goal challenges. After buku goal parenting yengo agutake. So here no kwa. I'm sorry to those who may not understand Dinka, but you never mix a red can English.
That's good. Yep.
Because majority of our people are chipping English. And that's why Ban Tongjing prioritize in aspect of parenting. Yen parenting ang is even made by me albe around in the society. Either socially, spiritually, and even health-wise. So to me, I may begin by parenting that start at conception. You're a myth. You know parenting God. Actually, in the myth, it begins at conception. What do I mean? It begins at conception. Man made that when it came. And therefore, if the conception conception is you made channel ku anong kaju take face. The money in liachen good with it. Ku made job ya kumukai ran pi. So appear any buku challenges yet during that time. Kuyong pial. Baby taking him at that time because a part of the parenting, the other white. Are you long? Anong duration when it are very tender. Very tender. That is Iowa. It's time from conception to the second birthday when the child is 2 years. So if they with that tender, care on Kagayi health are very important. So parenting, a provincial in a which could be man-made, wouldn't make the other. So Tikunong stress the money in Liachian, many complications come in. So now violence, one of the challenges you need in marriage. Getting stressed because of violence. A man that don't lose when it came there, leave alone that would be around there. I will lose the Kennedy due to other medical conditions that will arise due to stress. There is at that age or that stage is very critical because the health of the mother determines the health of the baby. So NPL be parenting because at that point.
Yep.
And then commandment now should come in. We the man they can we call a fast doctor man. Very well that the first doctor who sees a patient determines the progress the condition into any run. And therefore, man-made or parents need to be very close the man cheer the we go die in pasta, no kind of man. Take me did man, teen mode can when a 6 months a can a little one, a cheat to it, could let die. Le cogloy, a man that did it, a bit chock of no, Kuran can have chock, aggressive. Whether it has scientific proofs, the Quran irritated every day. So man, be aggressive because a mechanism developed towards the environment. Kun Kobe protect. So man, be nurtured at that age.
Thank you.
So can go at that time or that specific point in pasta, Yahweh viewers, and we could grow or growth of anything. And we start from simple to complex. Rega chijobe torko, kwe jenglueli ya, when I shang arijidir. Very true. So it start at simple to complex. So those tiny things I'll overlook in parenting. They don't matter. Every med do med magnum parenting. It begins there. So I win cover or when you think teaching in one med, younger go to Muxolia that were teaching in a med. So a point of a tower cross. Young man who's done the parents commit, I need to begin in teach. In which aspect? A big die could they do okay in the medical field, child developmental assessment. But I'm being teach what are these deviations? Chimet get chat. Because I think clear that among certain ages, she can baby, or she can estimated by maybe like 9 months. Come and you took a Kurachi man which go, what is the problem?
Thank
Or
you.
kinena able to be used.
Thank you. Thank
What
you,
is the
Dictor.
problem?
Thank you, Dictor. 1 second. Thank you, Dictor. Denkwe, I told Dictor Karan Yatington, yen, I get to medical science. I can't keep me around Yamaten. Yen, I should go in the mid, man to yich, a guru med ube move between, a guru med block your diramat. So, in by another 1 minute, Kwamla do back and on in, yinding. A book be ready because when we go to the youth age, because that's where your expertise is coming. You are teaching now at high school. Kuswal number 2, Ekejam. What is your understanding? What are you understanding the parenting? Is it different for every parent? But what are the important elements of good parenting? That's the question number 2. So all the parents, Jimmy Kendid, Tungnom kwa way nom, so can I bring in swal number 2. And how do you know that? And I know you can have access to many young people call us Sukulim Purity now here in Australia. So then I'll come back to you. Let finish your point. May the chat, may the you grow up mother 10, and that's where your parenting are important. So come back to Deng. Deng, you continue.
Oh, well, we continue?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Yen overview in the car can then we jala into specific. Thank you, Chabela Broken. Yen Chimanun Chane, we call it developmental assessment in the medical field. Ukai Kawun support being man made Kenyan or parent made Benin teeth, man the betting progress the deer day.
Thank you.
Could progress the deer aspect, the physical, could you even teen with what and how they react to the environment. You man there a doll when you smile. So I don't you eat. So now man is malnourished thing of a doll. The Chengi and all that. A chinga doll, we young mirapio. Therefore, I am important, woman with dignity, and it has been given. We need to win PLN, girl education come in here. Yanjipi is able now to identify these things.
Correct.
Is able to be die. Booklet gam, no booklet you need and then what to follow. Is able to be a bit. Crying and can pick up a need. So he's not able to determine you made the hair by what time, you made the child by what time, you made jam goal at what time, a quit. So Kakina we quite die in pasta. I very key. And then trainings, because which 3 years should start other trainings, like the toilet training. Toilet training, they may sound awkward.
No,
You
good.
look at the China 3 years. They may look awkward, lakini, a man have a lobby, and is going to interact with milk. Or young. Nachi young, it lowers the esteem, the myth. So man have a confidence in everything. Because man young, actually normal. It's either by aggression be banting. They are very aggressive to develop a mechanism ben me when we young ben cake a query. And therefore may the call be trained in a proper way, ben young be or ben lost smoothly blending with the environment. A good loss of coolage made. I don't get you is a man made getting. Even if performance the mate, you're isolated, Kaye lose socialize. Non friends, we're friends. Even a non behavior that by a one, no milk. They're just aggressive. I took a general and level just for pleasure. So, Kaki, a question. A local rio, a paja. So, Kaki, in pasta, Kujawe Kai die. I very important. Girl child education because they need the first doctor is supposed to be to me. A good adolescent age. And I get to age so man is developing sexual characteristics. So he's excited with Gode. He's excited with Gode and want to explore. Now, Kalas, they will just do anything. And we end up that when he early pregnancies, or and we have now a society of middle. Yes, at adolescence, is able a little bit. But I can't get pure to control themselves. Man, them me. You can see. And therefore, it comes in. That why I mean they cannot raise a child. So we have a society of Mirdado. So it's important big thing who youth issues when come in here because youth they now starting questioning the societal values. Values in society we question you can lawyer and you can lawyer. So they want to be independent. They want to challenge anything said by adults.
They want attention. Then, before you go there, then you base your discussion mostly on women's. How about the father parenting at that age of mother? What is your comment in ranch at here? You know what can meet?
My comment, I said I go on that. A good with it. As suppose we wouldn't be because that do. The health of the mother determines the health of the child. Kunato in that aspect, the father now is supposed provincial of everything began. Even the mental support is supposed to be man-made. So that woman then being hit you. A good idea is now able to should come in and assist. What is wrong? So in pasta, I can live talk a isolated in this. Adolescents now, theory. Kuku man then I hear Duka weekend and so this child could be young right to rebel. Could be new there because at this age their moods are very different. And they start being angry unnecessarily. TV. I can waiting ITV. I have a quem. The she get peoria. She can rio. So both quem come. So man, I call Benham into that this is normal. Yes, at your age, it is normal. So could be pure on sexuality. Could be pure on drug abuse. This is where they start to explore. So parenting, from that aspect, issues youth because yes, true. I have but this is where now parental styles come in. Research there are four parental styles or parenting styles. One disciplinarian. This is whereby you are strict. You know, communication when you have very high expectations for that child. There is a passive style of parenting. The child is decision can make. Communication is very free. I think we bothered about the child. There is an involved style. I think you dealing with could you authoritative? Authoritative, very clear. You I do and why you do that. Expectations, what you expect from that child. Angi why yen expectations yen get away. So explain and very clear. But now, aspect Joto, this one on I don't take a LinkedIn that a certain parent a libu go even one Piamda or a Jian culture. Every man knowing it. I change jam. Communication one way. era andi dinga jam chin opinion me to so rana chin the thing. But now be gutingi changes chiru lawyer guti man it is recommended that this style actually supposed to be used in isolation. They should be combined. Anong damander lebina is strict to the child. Anong damander lebina authoritative. This is leadership. You are leading the child. Anong damander non kok lebinka uninvolved, yes. One kok lebinka passive. So a combination in a case of parenting, they styles. You cannot pick one. Kulele bin made benya. Na much kutik. They take the disciplinary style. Every man no. A man are she jail by. Anything ever do. Anything ever do. Achirani chako, achirani chagwir yung kaloy road. So one of challenges here in parenting, you get observe ka we jien. Ti man lehedemet. Lehedemet che good. Man will jam no. Or maybe at this age, you told him, "Me jujachi herveni marken or you worken." So around there, inga lu take care yen. Kana lu take care yen. Eka lu bila lari kuru, we kuru man. So this guy able develop come man such kind of situation. A man read child abuse in terms of lu me be child do. Ujalo no nang di do na be away. Achi fair. Those are misplaced parental styles. Achi good. Ku kind challenges that come with poor parenting. So a question when in pastor about what are the challenges men channel modern.
Yeah.
The one thing in time factor did. Time factor in a problem. Would you go need to do it? In time, and one of the recommended.
Oh, you lose Juba. You lose Juba go Milato Nairobi is cool YouTube.
Yes. But the Titwaro, it was a good teacher and in the end.
Regadia.
Yeah, time issue. I knew you before you were born. Clear couple relating, added to know the child. But man, the bangi, Banachi Toy, and how can you execute the parenting in a man, a children? So others, we have this male dominance. A man wajinga be a yen you could concern or a man ya, a chilo be a chicken a chilo. So I challenge you with gender. I cognitive. One on also this rigidity that she were quite Ben in their environment, or we are educated men, who are big and the parents who are not educated. So we want to treat our children at an work treating. Who environment are why? Even the information are why? So that status quo is challenging. Like, we talk about parents who are in that state, given that that environment are why, so we are not flexible. Parents who are not flexible, actually, big man to in a flexible world, actually, big man. Observation also that has been made. For example. Style I ever met, but now. Project metro, you know my. So policies when are foreign non work, I was confused even. I could, but me the bear. So those are some of the challenges as per the top parenting thing. They are connect with everything around the topic book I discussed.
Thank you.
So as per now, chance to add on.
I will always come back to you. Then your discussion is very informative. Could our viewers are very, very happy. In a very good presentation at Aloy, and we'll always come back by Jokoi when we come back to you. Question number 3 in parenting. How is parenting in Western countries different from the one back at home. One Tawoba in Junub, one somebody to come and go return, and I like it. I don't say jam kuleyen child is supposed to be brought up by the whole society back in Africa. But that is not the case here in Western world. Now you may not cry, but something low, that's a different case. So now, Apuk, what is your understanding of parenting now in the West?
Thank you, Pastor Samuel, and also thank you to the viewers. Unfortunately, I don't have it on the screen here, so I can't really read comments. I'm missing out. And I was trying to log in on Facebook on my laptop, and I forgot the password, so it's very unfortunate. This is a very wonderful show, and thank you for hosting it. It's very professional, and it's also a platform that is allowing people to express their views. Yes, it's true. I don't know about Brother Deng and also Nyankai Tinchol Grace. I'm assuming she's not married. I'm not married either. Yeah. I don't have a child. Oh, yeah. And so the argument would be that how could people that are not married or have children educate us on issues of related to a child? And this is where education comes in. Even if you're not a parent, even if you're not married, there are some things that you can learn. Yes, sometimes it's better to learn through experience, but sometimes it's also good to learn through education. And I work with children on a daily basis. And my role as a year advisor is linked to this, parenting. It's something that we're struggling with in terms of parental involvement in education. See, and Brother Deng sort of made some highlights of some very important things before. He started from conception all the way to, when they become adolescent and what goes on from there. So in Western world, Tidano is different to the way that we used to bring up our children back home. The only thing he needed to provide really was mainly just as long as they're fed, and I think so that they're not causing harm or they're not being harmed in any way. We used to have so much freedom.
1 second, Apuk, your camera,
yeah.
You can them a little bit.
Okay,
camera,
sorry, yeah.
So be back.
I'll try to hold it up a little bit.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, better?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what I was trying to say is that back home, being Midnyal was around family. We had extended family, so it was much more easier. And also, the setting was really different. You see, everyone had family members, cousins, relatives, whatever. So it was a very
a lot of people are requesting if you can mix Tong Monjang a little bit. Many people are commenting. Sorry about that.
I'll try. See, the issue is I find that I can articulate my points more in English rather than Tong Monjang, but I'll try. Anyways, so Kuya Balakin one Pan Monjang, Mogmet up your age. In the sense that mulanato, you have grandparents and things like that. And also in terms of the setting, like surrounding, when you meet Rertin, I think you wouldn't get a carriage, a kalio. In a medal bichat the Toxato, Belapanamandida, to Mejapai, Kemantin for, what you can again? Because you as a parent, you rely on the entire environment to support and nurture that child. Like in the Western world, I can actually live. Children and families feel very isolated. So they feel like actually proper support. Another thing too, family members when you're going. Another thing too is single parenting. It's about in Australia. And it's one of the biggest challenge at the moment. It's okay. Did you guys lose divorce? Well, did you guys lose separate? That's the reason why Kawajadeke Nimdeng law in place, okay, to ensure that there's child custody. Both parents are involved in that child's life. But I hear this argument a lot that in Australia, half of the time, but that's not right. It's not true. In Australia, it's a fair system. Do we didn't a chan kuba your child custody kubaloy? If you want to go half and half, 50-50, you can do that. Like in I think sometime long rur monjing teacher marriage, let's say the area karana lui move on. In the which is okay, there's nothing wrong with that. In the move on with your life and start a new family, but you also have to be responsible. You have to bet. Another mentality to is that natural anything to do with that husband. We made galbanya mugen what you could be a part of that child's life. Can I achieve it? It's not right. So it comes down to parenting. So what are some of the issues? Some of the issues that are we're facing at the moment in Australia. So parenting is not an easy thing, and it's both ways. Unless na a widow, unless na let's say for example the husband or the wife, one of them is not alive, and then I'm sorry. But if both of you are alive, both of you have equal responsibility and equal rights to have access to your child. So there's this mentality to go monjing too. That like in Kuwait back then me big and in Western world, especially in Australia, they will ask you a question. A big daddy, where were you? How come in Kinaka Yasukuli? How come you were not part of the dance that I used to do? How come you never took me to a basketball game? They will question you, and they will not follow you. They will make their own decision to like a bit. Africa well, if you go to the last go pogo me, oh, daddy just bought me this or bought me that. These children are different. They're being brought up in an entirely different environment. So longer challenges for real. We need to work around this. We need to work as a family. It's okay for adults to go separate ways. It's okay, but be a part of your child's growth and development. A woman can move on and remarry. That's a problem. A man can move on and remarry, but your child should be the center. You need to put in the effort to ensure that you are involved in that child's life. Because if, in terms of education at the moment, successful schooling, don't quote me wrong. I didn't mean to when you grow up in a single parent household, quite successful at all. Like in majority of the kids, they can issue chira by, and if both parents are not there, they bring it to school. They become disengaged at school. They start to involve themselves in high-risk behavior, meaning focus the school age, they'll become defiant, insolent, and then from there, in trouble. So bla kochat ke mit kawajad o mit juro kumit ko kana is look at targeted look use. So it's very important. So what are some essential elements of good parenting? Which was the third question that Pastor Samuel was asking me. I'm going to repeat myself again. Parental engagement in child's life or education in Mahim. Both parents, whether you are married, let's say, for example, if a child comes to you, teenagers, they are the biggest problem, but they're very, very defiant, and they would want to test you. Like in both of you, nataka on the same table. Let's say, for example, we movies, no, yes. And you're not going to help your children. So both of you have to be on the same page for week bagalu communicate. Because the parents I know my brother Dengachila through the different styles of parenting before. And the parents they want to play the favorite. But you're not doing your child a favor. So if a child comes to, let's say, the Benton man, and we man no, let because they will know that both parents are on the same page. So in terms of parenting, you need to communicate amongst yourself, and you need to work together as a team to send that strong message to the child that, hey, look, both of us are like against this, so you're not doing it. Another thing too, could be clear expectations and even realistic expectations. Because Jimin, a lot of our parents would say things like, oh, we be be a doctor, we be a lawyer. But that child is getting like E grade, D grade at school. Or that child is not even interested in wanting to be. So allow your children, okay? Allow Mitkun to explore their own self-potential without you necessarily wanting them to be what you want them to be. Because that's not, children should be allowed, and I mean, to grow.
Thank you, Apuk.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Apuk. Can you tell me one concrete example? Because usually when young people now, what do you think you can notice here? One of the challenges Louis face at school, just one example or two, just in 1 minute. And also, Grace, and yeah, but I prefer, but in version in movement go by board. You just came from board, Baben Sukuli one, Nairobi. So, but I do it after a book, but your version of parenting. Now, Pan Monjang, just in 2-3 minutes. So, Puk, go back to that point.
Can you ask me that question again, please? I didn't quite catch it.
Okay, you are working with children now at school, as you are here, a advisor. Tell us the one concrete example that you experienced, young Bitcoin at school, just in 1 minute or two.
Yeah, thank you. Longer Midqua, half of the time, a lot of our kids are doing well, and you can see Alu graduate. You can see that. But longer Midqua one, I think Midqua they need special needs as well, and sometimes we like to be oblivious. So alle bangi mendu, or alle be doctor diagnose kolegi that mendu dengnam learning needs or disability, but you don't want to accept it.
Yeah.
And if you don't provide support for that child, Kabulu miss out on basic life skills, and from there they will not be productive members of society. Because education, okay, that will guide you and support you. So that's one thing. Another thing too is youth disengagement at school. So a lot of our kids, when they go to school and they find maybe what they're learning is not interesting, or they just disengage. It's not even just us. It just across Australia, there's a lot of youth that are just disengaged. They don't have direction. They don't know what they want to do with their life, right? And if you don't have a parent that understands that, a child goes through different phases, and then it becomes difficult for that child. If you have parents that are not involved, and then it's difficult to support that child. Because longer kawajad, they will go with parents that are willing to be helped. They will not come to you. And another thing, so we be parents being it, you need to be involved in your child's education. It's very important. If you want our children to be successful, kuchikulu end up on the street, understand their challenges. Bullied, for example. Are they being bullied? Is it because they have learning needs that you're not aware of? Is it because maybe there's something happening in their life and you don't know? So our parents really need to know. You need to know your child. Yeah. I'll probably give Sister Grace a chance as well to.
Okay, Grace Akon, you just finished your high school in Bor, in South Sudan. Been lucky to get a sponsorship to come to Kenya to do your university. Tell us your version of parenting. Now, Panamonjang Deti, you think yung korbi chokping. Where viewers call jamatane ajam on behalf of young people. Ajam rulu koi win talk young. Kurulu koi di ke mu koi achel wel kuni yemen. If we miss something out with parents, kena ko book present on week tonight. So kon the floor is yours. Imbatao on the screen. What jam topic of parenting. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Kujela, my sister, and plus my brother, Tower together, and then to all the viewers. Thanks so much. I know I don't have you con like cake, but we take a cake, Paul, just to be here. So we are so glad. We are so humble. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for sacrificing your time. Yeah, Pastor Energy, like Anebo Kenya 2014, first time to be in Kenya, first time to be in East Africa, first time to be in one of the biggest city that I have ever seen, maybe. Yeah. So so to talk about differences of parenting or the tanto parenting to know walk away koi by and what get to chim and to require walk anywhere kwa. And I mean like medangot get okay kiran ben kananon ko watch and then can chibitier baba or and chibitier mama, a lot of people will come to me and be like, akon kita lawyer what? So to ask why community that jing kanong to dan yoko my meet ko. Kutu yoko my meet ko, ekwera winning why ni kamet eya kederan ben. And because mezek kederan ben, kamen chitikina a chitier wound being directed, or a chitier man being directed. Ayo koi ruai met na tinka met kanong ko we ni charet karar wai kan yen na kai kulele mendia ka loya cha wo. The same thing to nong iberan chiruai kan yen ka chol mendia kina cha wo ku ka pet baloile. Na no ki chimet wo to nong waka wai kwai bai. Au no ki chimet ting ka yin jam kan met. Na chai ting kanong to nuan hin nong met ka yilo nong wun met au man met. To nong walk by ka met a chi na du yen Wallen or any other person till you can end can uncle white. A catchy been a big deal to non baba. Or a chief been a big deal to non mama because mama and baba will believe that a lay and do it and non kitch a wood. And these are the positive ways of parenting to non walk away monja. Kachi kinke be allowed by the modern world or kakinke be allowed by the civilization. Though there are some of the few things korkubu geir ka way monja un die war chandai panijing. Ketweng le buku ger eke enjoy parenting with violence buku nyai kene ku buku ke enjoy parenting without violence buku tau parenting without violence yene ke yin men du chola u men wan mut au men ran ta yu kulele men dia kina cha loile kina chipet chopenyule ku chibi yut ku yetim yen yu winen ku chibi yut ku ba magnum ku chibi yut ku ba koile kraj. Because most of the time, some of the words you can why koi dir, au ka why koi jimit, I learn an influence in the life of that child. Kukai naki when you one p the method. So Canada ya think alone good in Western life. Eke joy parenting without violence. Parenting without violence, but man do bamu, but man do but query, but man do to not on jing I joy more the meat teaching young. I would teaching not.
Good, you
So
try.
more than teaching young is that kind of parenting in man to move. Kupio queer pit, kukachinek. But still, do it the med a chain no. Came and no is the way do you nothing. There are some of the parents to not walk by or out to water and thinner. Run a little ben can a team ku you and then. Oh, be and good. Those things are not getting a kidney pee the method. Oh, nipial the whoop the method. To one way and can save the children, the main focus, even to one way and can touch kind of gender coordinator, K-Joy parenting without violence is something that a lot of organizations are training many parents so that the parents big K-Joy parenting without violence, big. On the other side, to know Western life, a lot of issues. County my sister can mention, my brother. And those are the things because everything, watching a lot of confusion in cultures. One of the jing, watching the civilization. And all these two things, I have a lot of confusion to the community, not just parenting, but in a lot of things that we are handling the community as currently. But buku better society, buku achieve, or buku best society, buku achieve. And then we have to be positive and try to buku ka win negative. The more them it buku kanyai kulum kuka win positive ke lot can work. The same thing in the Western world of parenting. The no ka win positive chuku kekti eke buku ke lum kumer ku ke ngi chengdane jingi jen wa min muunte kubuku mit ko buku ke letwing. So I think that is what
Thank
I can
you.
say about that.
Thank you, Grace. Grace Akon, a very important point, she emphasize a lot, what you repeat many times. Parenting without violence. Yen ekere koi ga rock, koi ga achi reno. So can I lebu loom, the neng cheng the koi rock, cheng the kawach, kubua mit kwa buka mu. Parenting without violence. ba mar werun deng kwer ko win chi deng kwer chi lwel ku je la puk cha puka chi lwel too ku ga chi grace chi emphasize a lot and ka cha ping wadie very clearly yen nieman tioke as we are going ahead with our discussions point parenting cha almost bu exhaust now look ben begale we will just come to do a little bit of summary ne ka chuka lwel ku ja few questions chika teach chaga garpen the last questions how can a church help in parenting? What value can a young people learn from the Bible that can help them in their path in the life? These questions are long on but a chap lulimane about chin barden ke part of my preaching the land Bible land appears in the end. So yen point number 4 can a chiran be answered way. Parenting a chu exhaust we quite die we are almost 300. Na chuku a chuku point kene chuku tol we dung point ke dia kai the very hot topic.
No, senior cover mar pastor.
Thank you, Deng. Okay, come along, Deng Kwer. Dictor Deng, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yen ki cover mar kor bu need that different parents anong different style
Very
of
good.
parenting. So go die. We believe that which you will be expected, book way in guideline to follow, because you people are going to raise children who are different, who are in different environment, by different parents, whether you're a single parent, whether you're both parents, whether men or Muranda. So we can't be very critical of this is the way to follow. But that's the general overview of what are the challenges, what are the gaps you can miss. And then bajala law in your own style. Also, we need also to recognize, we're quite die queen pastor. Achukulu parenting a multidisciplinary. Achi karanto. We know one mete society. But now, you will need that parenting is multidisciplinary. If for you, najangi your roles ki ye parent. For example, you know me discipline. Shino doing without violence. There are also benign values that are getting into me. It is also recommended you, as someone impure under, you should even have those values back in you. Achieve unreasonable expectation back imposed on a child, that your role ever made by pure. Because now that made a empty container. When on the man ben be by. Kunong empty container actually buy is either been to it in a container dune. A binto cock, irap. She ma wool were you. A libinto. But a lippy parent, a lippy and a lippy you. Be a line you are called, Kulewalway in the morning. You get on with. Is either you choose to install or instill good values in that child, or those values right in Bagata man. Your choice. The second also, it is your role as a parent, but to win ben values chill baga gamen ben keglayo. For example, you need to encourage now to work hard women to have access to education, so that Kiwincha provide by below you in that environment is for you also, but directed man to be a child because it determines the environment in the grow in. So I think I input the bucket out.
Thank you.
So that you could do that we are so perfect and we came to challenge the society. We didn't come to challenge. We didn't come to criticize. We didn't come to judge.
Thank you.
Walkable, Buku is recommended. Buku being actually used in his own style.
Thank you.
For us to be specific on the role of a man, ayo ta achuga ya ta on yo kidan ke yo ke kum ko in a way because we don't want to bring in the gender disparities be no competition or this no che now you mentioned ke parent will cool take support when the liachen bajola support udi when bala support udi that is what we da ngi ku lakin ngi ku be supported we don't know bala loy udi but that's support psychological health wise or nutrition they could do thank you
all right, thank you so much. ANI we take a village to raise a child. Bill Clinton, thank you Maji. We coach Ben what you parenting at you almost book exhaust so all at wing point you don't get a very hot topic get wing a issue the early marriage in get point the row a girl's child's educations krediak e ko tiig diar juj ku jela ting tok world view biblical views ku jela ka ke diak ka bu ko lati now so kitwing in biwo gol a early marriage and there be grace in work lead to that followed by a book early marriage swaleti kulel is early marriage a problem in South Sudan problem but ngakejin tiniten don't talk about the competitive ku yong beloy abia swal der chen but a problem yen do you agree a problem now I think a problem then look at a problem rambitia kor that's not a problem you know book a book now I think yen is not a problem you can disagree clearly yes a problem you can disagree with grace a con or in dem queer ko ba nyam tin runga ti ku di batiak ti ku wan clearly yes le batiak ke le walk why in le ba men tin kor batiak. So the first point, is it a problem in South Sudan? Grace, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Pastor Kujala, my sis, and plus my brother Kujala for your work. We are so grateful and we are so glad. Yeah, early marriage is, I think it is one of the problems that is facing South Sudan and is facing girl child education. One of the problems that is facing women of South Sudan in particular, and it is because it is because akui parent yung word the same thing to nong nyantina un yela tiaka kor akui that the way she's getting married ke young akui how it is going to affect her life. So most of this thing any solution they want so much or getting solutions for it a very big issue. Last year as I was working in different part of the country, and as a gender coordinator for Touch, I visited different communities, I visited different payams, I visited different areas, and I visited different counties and different states. So the problem early marriage I got one of the young girl. She was 15 years. And I asked her, she was telling me I'm getting married. Golel, okay, why are you getting married? Golel anong rur chiben, and these two men chiben, I have made a choice. Kurantuka yana chaniar, kurantuka keniar, kuran keniar yana corporate bentia. Golel yiting loy piet. Gole ya nyirtunga yana tiake. And because I cannot remain and kitiak. Because there is this thing in a society and near criticize na keni yindoi tiak. Ekalwela nyanenge chibut yongulo nyanenge. So this young girl, she didn't know what she was entering into. All she was happy about was that she was getting married. And the parents were happy that the daughter has agreed. So I want to knowledge on the effect of early marriage. And that is the girl deep down the village. All she wants is and that's why in the world of women empowerment, all these things I think society. They can only help society when we start from the ground root of the problem. Sorry. Yeah, so they can only help the society if we start from the ground roots.
We cannot see your camera. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, my.
Somebody
yeah.
called.
So I was saying all the noise you can look at what I can hear achi quite con. Reason the only place libene ke quite con. If you sacrifice yourself, kujam can to pan because those are the ladies who are being affected so much. To not walk away to madding up to the to these other cities, we have learned the effects of early marriages. But to not think I want to pan the effect of early marriage. Some of them even they don't have idea that they can brand the corona career. To non parents, they do believe that it is part of the culture, and because they're part of the culture, they can think in career. And for us to change that, in Chilbapa and Yadu, Kulet society about war. It needs a lot of time. And the time Kora, we are positive in everything. Because if we are positive in everything, we shall be telling girls, and then we give example of some of the few girls who got education, who got education to Queen society da. Who got education to Queen cake, who got education to Queen family skin. In that manner, Kenyan have an date in the pew, and that's why I came up with the idea of having women's talk with grace. The women's talk with grace, I talk to most of these young girls and the women, these women who are deep down the villages, I talk to them through radios. And then I tell them the importance of education because most of these ladies, some of them they don't resist. Because some of them do what they do not know, and they enter into something that they do not know. And this thing, it involves all of us. For us to stop the issue of early marriage, so that if not some of the ideas.
Okay, sorry, Grace. All right, just bucket list, bucket list, you're getting a problem of early marriage in South Sudan, or which Kokachakalwil, and we are not yet got a solution, so we'll get there. Now, I know you don't get a problem in a ping issues of early marriage.
Okay. Yeah. So some of the problems the early marriage ache gam education benang education de ache gam opportunity be pursue. Number 2, no long the yiti and kenya for the reproductive system. Some of them collect it, and then and this thing a lot of difficulties when they are giving birth. And that's why sometimes it is because I can real. They are not capable of giving birth. So given and then a lot of depression. Once the reality your marriage, understanding your marriage, again, it gives them a lot of depression. So those are the few reasons those are the few challenges, or those are the few problems that face girls in South Sudan on early marriage.
Thank you.
And I think the possible solution is having more advocacy, speaking to a lot of the young girls who are deep down the villages, telling them on the importance of education, girl child education, talking to the parents on the importance of your daughter having those papers, even if Kuchitak Benang a bachelor, but at least she should have a basic education Benang senior 4 certificate. But problem that one year or real. And that's why it is having a lot of issues. And that's why most of the parents are not listening. Another thing, being a role model, it influences the society so much. Now, look at everyone will be like, but if we are sent to school, worse people, and then the society will not be able to accept to take other young girls to school. There was a part of Barkazal I was doing training in. So when I was doing training, somebody was telling me, and when she came back, she go to school without our knowledge. When we tried to tell her that Yonghini Lalia, she was so arrogant and she was fighting us. And this story, I could not have something ban and parent and about yogale. Well, this girl Duna Yile, I just told her people are different. And I'm sorry, that's not how education is. To become a better woman. And if Nano Rana would, it doesn't mean that every young girl who will be sent to school will behave negatively. So I think those are the few things we need to do more, and we need to work more.
Thank you, Grace. Inche one of solution at Martin Benang advocacy beto binyir big support big school can big god bemechit yaka core. Apuk, what is your understanding? There's one of the shows one time ki jam about this issue. And about the issue abusing of powers. For example, Nyantin Kor a scholarship or a job then I will use my powers by abuse, or something like that. There's one time I came across Kijam regarding this point. So what do you think, your comment?
Yeah. Thanks again. Look, this early child marriage thing, a joke now, it has been embedded historically. And it will take time and gradually a blue change. Some of the problems are getting right now with marrying a child. To be honest with you, me being a 15-year-old, I don't see myself as a wife. Let's be realistic. I don't even know myself. Yeah? Self-development. Scientifically, a human brain develop by the age of 27, the frontal lobe. And this is where all the decision-making happens. So if you're marrying a minor, I got to minors, there's a problem. And because it's culturally accepted, it's also a problem. So to me, it's a topic that we really need to be careful about because it's a violation of human rights. You know, but Monday no under the age of 16. But yeah. And what really can domnum sato is the fact that the quite in Western world.
Yeah.
20 years old, 29, 30 years old, kwala by pen mon young big latin and tin deng 14. Kwe by dinner, the nature of pedophile and you will be arrested. You will go to jail for almost 10 years. But because it is widely practiced and it's accepted, because our parents, they use women or young girls as a source of income. In chicken business, well cotton, and a can take. Yani Nachinya to go out 15 or 14. Could you get that level of puberty? Can Kalelo Nyanda Riaga or Wibilia and Wenbogotia? Which he made Louis brainwashed. Louis push, then around when it think the chin come. Where they ran to A, where ran to Juba, where ran to D. But they don't understand the implication. And this is where polygamy, Mithi, as age of 13, 14. I take 20, 30 wives. In South, I'm not even exaggerating.
So
it's sickening. It's really not been long anyways. The problem with early child.
Sorry.
Let me bring it back.
Can you hear me? You said something. Yeah. You said something to Koi Benjal in the West. They will use power. They will use mal to kind of cake. The man tin ko bela tiak. One man then runget diak. That point, one of the good points. So can you emphasize more? Because
thank you.
Yep.
Yes, and they cook the name great-grandchildren, Kuala, and the reason why is because of poverty, Pastor Samuel. Ngong, can I tell Ngong, can I? Mishkala. Who even diara ke the work, I think sometimes we don't take time to work a book a ping. A cheating die, look, can I tell when can I? A book I will win. Because can I canisa one and to weird a pay. But early childhood marriage, right? Actually, even some young men, you know, one child upon one young and a good child barrier, dati kor, aben kukaka, kati chuka gorni, matinga 17 or something. They look like children to me. I'm like, really, we bet I'm paying bungo and they're like, canning I dolgu. And because it's embedded within the culture and they don't understand the implications. So all quite a Western world, I always speak in the context of Koito Biden. We are the ones that should bring about the change. We should be the ones educating the people back home about the importance. Because enemy can be at the alo kulo loidi alo bay ba kunya alo nyai teneman boku tia kunyanga Kampala wala nyanga Kenya belug dit liwinton zato, and we know the dangers of a child having a child and a child bringing up a child, an educated child. How messy is that? Does that sound good? It sounds really bad. Kulakin na jam kai kia kalweli ya pugu menka we could be culture, we could be worried. Lakin culture inga kage loy. Culture will develop one at that particular time. Kuna chipir chirebe war ka culture waridia. Okay, so quite a Western world, we should do better than that. We should do better. Do not, please stop marrying young children. It looks bad in the face of the world. It's not good. Imagine if your child na a man do ka good. I don't know, man. I find it very, like, it's just, I can't get my head around it. I'm not being judgmental. We need to stop it. Because when we have young children, and then the maternity mortality rate increase, what does that mean? Because her body physically, she's not prepared. Okay? Come on, we don't have proper medical facilities to help support them.
Thank you, Apok. Thank you, Apok. Thank you. Dr. Denkwer. We're in Nairobi. You have done your school in Kenya. You took university with bachelor degree in medical science. You're one of the young people you were very, very proud of. Iti road kadi. How do you manage? Iran bar. How do you manage? What is your comment? Tingamantin core. Welcome. Lord, unmute. Lord, unmute.
And I wouldn't specifically answer the question. How did you escape? But but my view on early marriage, early marriage, a very critical topic. But it has to be well. Is this?
You didn't want you, cha? You
a multifactorial early marriage because of the intrinsic factors our own factors society for example anong point peer pressure na to yen chika go tiak ngotit bai kajel so kana level ya jani achini jiran dacho kuran kendacho. It's like being in the same bus and to but you people are going to a different destination, and headway does not affect your destination. So wiping with such anxiety. Coming to other social factors, majority of the points are near. Like near one there, I commodity society that. Which is very wrong. So it is even encouraging laziness that do not rule. Okay, that's generally marriage. Akini, ting the man code. A problem. A little bit of, one of the things is parents ignorant. A quick, a KNP, they don't know. So we will blame on KNP. Poverty issue. It's an intrinsic factors. Yes, I'm the only solution. Ugam Road. Me highlighting these problems are not to justify that early child marriage is correct. They are actually wrong reasons. Early child marriage has many effects. One is starting from even a sexual health, a muscular reproductive health, a problem. Kuja well-being, whenever you can make decisions and other lives issues be solved. Now, and then local problems, they get shocked. Because they are shocked. A sudden beat down a sudden problem, you are shocked. Sudden loss of blood, you get into shock. That's the same thing. Be not prepared. Gujati in class 1, in class 4, in the meal. Because you can take query. So appear in Bugali child marriage, go a coach book, they are reduced. Yes, a little Kumane, a little thing. It is very clear now that Nyira are actually developing at 10 years, 11 years. The secondary characteristics are okay. The menac has set in. Menac here is the fast bleeding. So when I fast bleeding, which and then this guy or this girl is now a little low in the context here and is ready to marry and reproduce. But Dirubo could the Beatic a what?
Okay, then stop there. Then you Ben. 1 second. 1 second, then. 1 second. Stop there. Grace, you Ben. There's one time Chana Yuki jam about that things. Na chinya kuchidir kaye chol the whole village. There's one time Chana Yuki condemn. So then to wedu, and I want Grace to say 1 or 2 words about that. Because it's something you are leading to early marriage. So then to wedu.
Okay. No comment about thing. Someone say that I look guilty on this point. But I'm not. I'm not. Yeah. These people are comedian patient. Yeah, and good to Nyale will develop at 10 years. Could there are many health issues? Chibenemen. Nyira Jibola into sexual activities at that age. Who can look very well that early sexual activities are risk factors to many diseases, including that of cervical cancer. So viruses like human papillomavirus, the culprit for cervical cancer, is very a little bit manifested in men, but a little low manifested in near. So man thing is subjected to those activities at an early age, then no, intentionally. So I just don't want to repeat. Points. I don't want to repeat. So what we need this as a society. Correct. It is start by. It is start by Bijala. Agonya and Kuya Tingadu, which is supposed to be at this age. You now have the moral justification.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you, Deng. Thank you, Dito Deng. Grace, what is your comment? I check when somewhere I got one of your articles. So in Kagachi Deng Bato Mother, one of the things made exposed. We look at you go around so Liba emphasize more now because of course ping. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you run by? This is a real thing. I wrote and I maybe chikro and anyway. Quite a lawyer, yeah. So Kirolo in Alanya did it the young kake your community law is that na chinya na chiele mama de kulel mama until direct and then ka jor mana nyana to kulo kule monde from monde they will have a meeting abla nanga maden and then amare will some of the women and some of the elders even koike kanisa. So like people will talk, it will be like community meeting. Then people will be like Nyandana Chilo Dirich and all that. And then this thing, a community, a parents can to invite the suitors for the young lady or to announce to the community where we're quite one interest in she's now ready. She's now ready. She's ready for marriage. But the parents for Japanese is that quite a war walk a lot. Direct. Sometimes you live a lot in direct, you know, get here. Sometimes you quite general Kala Diri get you Eran a lot Diri can get here with the temp. But most of the young girls I into this bleeding done. Era got no near Pikan and not get here or tear with Yak Tir one. And even now, according to some of the studies, well Kekeman, as well as some of the girls I allow into adolescence when they are at the age of 10 years, depending on your canwe and yacham. So in yan chitikene, in yan 12 years or 13 years or 10 years, could you community? One thing it took a chakayachim, it took a warrior because he knows everybody in the village knows that I tell on the direct. Two, okay, and now they will come in. She's ready for consumption, which is a wrong language. She's ready, like ready be acting. And these are some of the social norms. Social norms can win negative, and these are those social norms that they are vaping. And my brother Elwell, these social norms are the ones that we need to change. My sister emphasized very well. Because culture, cultures in favors of the parents and of ancestors before. Because creative a real. But at this point that can I take a lawyer real, can I lawyer? Because how intelligent you are, and then there should be need to change some of the social norms, which are the negative norms.
Thank you, Grace. Achani pasaza piet kene jing koko bi jing be improve we jing. Anongi chi den kwe we will ding I say something very important concerning yikor in a book in Grace. Achidi to ding achiluna ndike he say that early marriage sometimes they contribute by young girls because sometimes they feel like achika left out from their generation. Chike tinga tiake kajo goje gwawi. Sometimes nyane ngachiro expose to betiak or begok. What is your comment, Apuk and Grace?
Yeah. Well, basically, I visited back home at one point in 2015, Pandae Uroga Young, and the sort of conversation that I was hearing a lot around the young girls. I can't jam about anything else. It's about tapping, or chopping, or whatever. That's the conversation that you hear. And also, growing up as a young girl, you are groomed by your mother or the aunties or the females around you to be a good wife. So at a very young age, you are told things like, kujin and batal, tichin cleaning, and then in a bitiak. Or make sure you dig so that bitiak be muinken. So at a very young age, there's no any other conversation because that's just the environment that the children are growing in. And so to them, the only thing they know and your job and a role as a woman is that's it. We are very privileged to be outside of that. Okay, I grew up in a family where I was encouraged and supported by my family to pursue my education. Relationships are too. My mom never talks to me. My sisters never talk to me about relationship as a child growing up. And so to me, the only thing that I want is to pursue my education so that I can have a career. And then in the future, one day decide to get married. But imagine if I was in an environment where Kiel was just, make sure so that be there. So it's grooming, and it's embedded within
It's
culture
grooming,
and the
not a good
environment.
term.
So
Yep.
as a young girl, I don't think it's the girls that are doing it on purpose, but it's everything that they're seeing around them. And that pressure right now, even in our 30s, it's still there. You have people literally telling you, you're so old, and you did. And these people don't understand the reasons why. And who am I as an individual to come and sit out here and explain myself to the reasons why I'm nearly in my 30s and not married? You see? So it's a big thing in society. It's everywhere. You talk with Indians, talk with the Middle Eastern communities, talk with the Asians. It's the same thing for women.
Thank
The
you.
expectation. Yeah. Kujala
Thank you.
also, my brother, look at we need to discipline our young men. Okay? Young men, we book a discipline, could be dang respect for young girls as well. And young girls need to be taught to respect themselves. But where does it come from? From the surrounding and the environment. And they need mentors around them to guide them. So we have no control over biology. We all go over that phase, whether it's a man or a woman. We all go through puberty. But the sort of guidance I wanted to hold on, I'm still waiting for you to come in later on, because you guys have a big contribution to make in terms of encouraging young men and women to be disciplined, to be devoted to their faith, and to also think about their life. Because as much as marriage is the most important thing in life, there are other things that are also important equally. And that is building yourself as an individual, developing, making sure that you're a productive member of society and you're not a liability. So in Mantinpur, we got there at a very young age. I'm not saying that's the end of it, because some people, they come out very productive in society. But for a lot of young women, it becomes an issue. And the reason why we focus mainly on girls, I know the Kojiel, well, if you're busy empowering women, what about men? It's because we are trying to readjust the old system that has been practiced historically. Okay, so when we talk about young, because it's very rare, but don't they know 14, but I yok. Kunati support much and family support, but for a young girl, it's opposite.
Thank
so
you. Thank
I'll
you.
allow Sister Grace to put her input.
Thank you. Your sister Chole Jam Apuk, you must get married this year. Anyway, don't comment on that. The last point, be aware when Grace about this early marriage issue, a young impact of the early marriage to the girl or boy to the new family. For example, nyakajetiak kwa chilo pande, let us assume chilo pande anti bila chengadi, young impact to the new family. So this is our last remark on this question, and I'm happy because three of you actually agree that early marriage could be stopped. It's not good. We actually agree in the styles, kujela way of parenting. Now we have left with 2 points: girls' education, kujela ting diarjuj kuting tok. And I'm sure the last point by then, which you will agree, all of you. So now, before we go to early marriage, young impact of early child kitiak to the new home. Anyone in comment below, you are welcome.
Yeah. I'm getting on that. Yet most of the impacts are as we were communicating early marriage. Yen create been a sequence, create been a child, an equation, an flow. The process, when that activity has set in. What I mean is, and we have really recognized that yes, she is not fully developed or fully ready by manage. nyana bula dit in pasta win ko we ko die kunyan tini achi deprived education de can be because it means that they were saying okay they are saying 132 million children girls are out of school from this I think the primary level but I think so much adequate knowledge knowledge on this and that so is equally a chira and can pay kana to the chini tia ke education de nyai then others come in many things come in for example raising even men below the issue
yep
education is a pure interaction bilu interact when ko kuba other achi ko ba ke tolerate so this girl akin that experience ko ji learn to a new family a new environment loku jela gal loku jo man mo ji ga yin ya yinga yene go classify ga typhoid loku jo nya ga yin ya loku you win by yani by expectations when getting lu go expect a kin by meet because of it they were expecting to ben by and then benang ko lo ke randi trying to reason the solution better to that family. But if she fails, she's now start being judged. Now, until judged, then psychological effects set in. Now, depression, anxiety, stress, affecting her even reproduction.
Thank you.
So it is a sequence in pasta we jawe die anong processes of effects you can be aye can di the lo can di generally regular ben man jila di man won chira ambien nyala bit so you now deposit something to the society which is can scrutinize I can te pie be nyal tin sorry to use that word rana lawyer so kaji comes in with that. I effects
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway,
thank you. Okay, girls, nara ningu girls. Nyanti tiakilo pande kiemit. Yungo impacts. Na ningu mark. You can say in 1 minute because I want us to go to the next point.
I think there is nothing much that I can add apart from the expectation. Getting out here, my sure your family. Expect you because at some point you may go and start playing with the children and then people will be like thinking why is she playing with the children or there are some of the small things that she will be doing but she's not aware because she's still young and because the family was having so much expectation they will start to gossip instead of them to take her like their own child, advise her, train her in a right manner. So I think that's the little I can put in and we move to the next question.
Okay. All right. So we're going next. Now we're going to the hot topic. And before we go to the hot topic, family, marriages. Before we come there, I know my viewers it's a lot of fun here because I think I'm on different view. So I better, but I be out here. The last point, the girl education. The last point, the hot topic when I will. Because initially in our tradition, cultural belief, so people normally they used not to consider girls' educations. But now, so 1 minute each, 3 of you. Girl education, the society be changed. What do you think? Because koi diamond anong nyirken, kukabitik, kukege anong nyirakai kene, kwano nyirchike diet. A lot of people now we are learning a lot of things from these discussions. So libago luel yung tiagi binya bilosukuli.
Pastor Samuel, before we move on, there was one question that you asked, which was how can society in general combat early child marriage?
Very good.
I think this is really important before we move on, because
thank you.
Because the new constitution, the permanent constitution, a week will be drafted soon, and on Sunday I'll make a show talking about that. And this one is very important and needs to be incorporated in the new permanent constitution. Kenechol protecting a child, ache necessarily that be a man, but a child, a boy and a girl needs to feel like they're being protected. And in order to do that, there has to be policies and programs that are in place, okay, to sort of educate communities, okay, and raise awareness about the impact or disadvantages of child marriage. Another thing too, religious leaders, Tim and Wade, we got a big role, Kujala local leaders as well, to change these perceptions. You have a lot of power in hand and influence, okay? We need to involve parents in the process, and also empowerment of girls through education, which is going to link to what the question that you just asked. Government and non-government organizations, okay, they need to draft a legislation against child marriage. This is to protect them from being subjected to things that we've already mentioned. So I think it's very important for parents to be held accountable, because Mantin under the age of 18 should be allowed to be a child, to grow and to have something called HL self-determination. And the only thing that can protect them against that is legislation. So I hope that the transitional constitution below soon drafted via permanent to incorporate the law against child marriage. And can we, but Martin, and then we can move on to the next one.
Very good. So question number 2 in relation to early marriage. Be society generally be combated. The question can I do when Kwachapuk, a chance to think or Martin could be government below, could ya civil society, could ya elders, could kanisa, could ya parents. Can be society, the book will change. So can you not doing way, thank you, Puk. So what have been the last point? Education, girls' education. 1 minute each. Why is it important to educate our girls? Being here with a lot of college. 1 minute each, please.
Yeah.
Continue.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the importance of girl child education. Kitwengdawel, enya chakai ni rode. Bakoi ni rode, I mean independency. Na ye tinga wunchi pi kuchak be chada the senior 4. And then she's able to she's able to have a voice in the society, a positive voice, because that education and through that need and pure, positive, to work in the society. And that kind of a woman education, she will know the effects of early marriage, the effect of gender-based violence, and some of the other things that go around women's education, women's and culture, and then women's and civilization. So I think this women education, more important is very, very important, and it has a lot of advantages. So much, it has a lot of advantages, and one of the advantages is that real by independent, and there are times you may get married, and then unfortunately, and if nalamoindu to inchin kabini mit kulomu, and then your life can be in danger, even with the life of the children ka unchakati, since achira ni kiun yenali loy kukachira anarir permanently. But naye tinga unchipi, we can that ability to be able bimit kabikalomu, bimit kabikalo pure, kungot kapa and the chung, timanwa ton moinde. So I think that's the little I can say.
Okay.
All right.
Ding?
Yeah, now I'm Bakaki died toward 1 minute.
Yeah,
1 minute.
Welcome, Ding.
Girl child education is not only being house below class. It doesn't check again. It involves around even when you have why she is going to that class. We have challenges here that koi pioneer to one there, maybe manning a cherak gear. Koi pioneer, I koi ngi kikanim that much that do any girl or school. We know that. Koku important the nyaben real class. Chingy. So he cannot encourage that girl to perform well school or do school home serious. So this guy that do well bro well. Kay pray. Lubiayen punya that one of kore. She genuine. Because tangi nya che kale and bula twenga chen school bula loy. So karan pure that Allah nyira like manipulated. Maybe chira ke but I'll lebeto. That mentality, there's a possibility lebento. So I mean that girl child education to set in or kuto. She many and other surrounding affairs or issues are called big solved too. For example, na nya jan bai or nyal jan bai akene panden angang. So they have decided beyond men mojelere sukuli. Then the question should come, yenga cheran. So it goes back to the family that nya eran. Kuyen sukulde is as important as sukuru moy. Kupiade aga. For example, to kaunchi cha konchi luel. I'm quite a thing from the hospital, get read in the hospital. So I will place my points towards that. You know, 3 delays in healthcare. Kaunchi kwajichonong access to health. I3. 1, anong to a personal in terms of that person achieve knowledge. So what are the health benefits core cake? Akui achieve knowledge. So what to? But now na chikunya chuku educated. Get that delay a chukunya. That naturally tichiela tiagmia. So they jam long term.
Yep.
A chipi kabula tiagmia. Achitiak. And then Ali Ikabangi went to start antenatal clinic visits. I go man there go safe. I go chin risk. To screen also risk when begin you during pregnancy. But I know music come by a good cool by be pega the one big to. I mean I risk jola appear kuyene kaluik and increase. Medabuto, that is child mortality has been to increase. 2, man may that on risk lebento. So maternal mortality actually increase. Just because take a knowledge. Kunalwe when it take yenike the first doctor. It means that yen abetlu take care of the kumende kumoinde too. Kuna kene a first doctor who can diagnose ngi loy, then the complications are yetwani. So fast delay can intrinsic ekran ke yen. Na che pure kalas ko wochimulo wo child mortality achieve reduce, wo maternal mortality achieve reduce. Another delay from home to the hospital. From home to the hospital, anong it services joy, anong it transport, anong it aga kuto around. But now, you may cover you need transport from home to the hospital and back at the national level. And then national asset. So she's the one who will advocate for roads, for facilities, for any other thing in the society. So I think
thank you. Thank you.
Then the third delay. Sorry, but the third delay, in the hospital.
Yep. All right.
A delay in the hospital in the service delivery. Now, Louis service.
Yeah, finish it.
Louis service look at delivered. Kangiku that Louis service offered. I'll be leave. But then she will be there delivering the services. And therefore, watch healthcare, for example, to solve problems in the healthcare. So I think educating a girl child apart from self-reliance, a great asset to the society. Good. Many things I can solve. I boost because Nigeria go pure in them. So with a different mindset that society. Because society begins by not by which good society. So educating a girl important, those importance.
Thank you, Deng. I Bujo Ben the last point. The last point equity could have families, relationship, I meet. I think that experience, I can get tiak, kuka kinti. But the things enen give chinyale Iran. Beran beneng that thinking capacity, chi tokening kujala ke chiran kuen, kuka chiran ting yen. These are the many ways you work in knowledge. So knowledge, wisdom, I acquire in different ways. We call diamond. You are gaining something and thing near showdown looking in your cooler. View and be what bentin. Egte da cheng da kaway jing. And then kapielke. When you go ting alabica Paul. But again, I see them when they say it very clearly that what we are saying here, we are not judging anyone. We are not condemning anyone. But I opinions. You can think now look at le kepiro the kale. Now look at kepiro. So don't take us wrong way. So if you can bigger work, take a white in society, kutole, take a whoopia to tow in a ya. So the kiachol monogamy thing a dear judge, kuja thing took anong the Bible laying and allow wait by then at the end. Can a sermon by pioch at the end. But the job thing, like you know, we're not the run, a human being in your common sense, your understanding. What are your thoughts on monogamy and polygamy? So, ani are bia puk bugol ku nacha puk to I 3 questions. Abaka answer at the same time. Kitweng, what are your thoughts on monogamy and polygamy? Kidero. What are the good and the bad of monogamy and polygamy? The bad and the good. What do the Bible say about these 2 practices? So so na yakala bir baden we be badness bagaya luel kuja goodness. Yung piade yung reide. Or with a thing around she grace will have different view because an article that you can queen on that. Kujala puk. But again, I'll be what will we debate in a very diplomatic way, in a very professional way. We're quite dying the argument. We're not judging you. We're quite the argument. We are not condemning you, but we are just talking about the world view, Christian view, and traditional view. And your floor is open for you.
Thank you, Pastor Samuel. This is a very interesting topic. To be honest with you, the idea of monogamy and polygamy. And I'm not going to go into definition because sometimes polygamy is quite broad. The definition of polygamy is, having more than one spouse. And to be more specific, the type of polygamy we practice a lot, and the one that is widely accepted in the African community, polygyny, which is where a man marries more than one wife. Now, historically, our ancestors had their reasons to why their practices work. One jing to chintik rani ran one bing kong randego ran one chin it's very rare to the tiag diargid. Kuna cha diargid na cha katiaga kadektin ka maitin. Community eto Kukaja eating ya in ran I diaraka kuchiang. Kaya community ay ngi jailwer ngagala kachala bagam nyan because they nyira ay kuji cheng much ache diar ni cheng adik. I think that time it used to work. Another thing too, the reason why we practice, because a lot of us come from polygamous marriage, including myself, the one that's talking to you. My mom is the third wife. She was involved in a polygamous marriage as well.
I should say that on the comment.
Yeah, so culturally, it's accepted because long mon young the chindi the midway kuna dangnom family did a pay ke pat long do. It's a good thing because you become more powerful and you become productive. In that sense, kutige archiatia genom dang today, you know. Like in ben modern in this modern society, I need to tell people that when I speak of polygamy, I'm talking of the context of where I live. Yan kaya pug anache believe balapan monjang uroga diang kula nyut kulek lek ele weg mandu kutige diarjui damande ngod damande beben. There's reasons why we don't marry many wives anymore. So we be quite talking. So half of the time when I express my views on social media, and I'm about the context of where I'm living, which is Western world. Polygamy, first of all, which is it's illegal. It's bigamy. It's a crime. And kuna yuko kuma choksatu in labi man, okay, for marriage fraud. The reasons why in Western world is this. Number one, let's forget about the Khawajat for a second and their beliefs. I'm going to speak personally. Number one, we are all going to struggle already. Peer Biden religion. Rena with okay. Some of us don't have any source of income. We rely on social welfare, which is Centrelink. We have so many challenges we face. Another problem, issue. Another issue that me personally, the reason why I'm against it is this. I'm working, yeah? I'm independent. I can provide for myself. I don't need anyone. If I was to decide to get married in the future, it was a partnership. I want someone that I can grow with, someone that I can develop with. Let's say Panamonjang, which a lot of our men are equally. Rane Jalbaitan get no family, a kill. Okay, because number one, Kajalu salary, Paneo Domka. I will like a pay, Kajadom hourly. And it's not a lot of money. The needs here, let's say I'm working, I'm employed, and I have future plans set with my family here. And I would be saving loyally, and I would ending no mortgage tapping. I have bills to pay or rent. Kujamonya baje jarbila by Panmonjang kuleting that. Lebe Kampala, incanting upon Monjang, a tiaga to get a family day. You understand? The men will come back to Australia. We be family, we be support. Now, as a wife, I'm going to be frustrated because my family much. I'm doing it for the well-being and the welfare of my family. Stress. Longer things are productive. Things you add on the table, and then that's a no for me. It's a no because it's adding to stress. Another bill, look at Alabama. Or they need insurance built in. Or they need this built in. But it's financially. Or we live in a society right now that is all based on economy. So it's not economically sustainable in a polygamy, and that's the reason why some of us are not for it. The argument is in polygamous marriage here. It's not recognized legally by Rwanda to legal documents like a sign ato. So you are just in a relationship or partnership with a girlfriend. Let's not get it wrong because we're talking about marriage here. So nane ben long the benefits of monogamy. Teneranti getting talk. Are you okay beneficial to Chuo Pinkaway family? Okay, if both of you are on the same page, all right, kuwe we the nim goal chak Louis set. Kene rej long dam and ko monjing uga che Louis talk. Tiga lo ke de red, moja lo ke de road. People don't work together. If you see families that work together, you can even see it through their action. They flourish. Okay, so monogamy is very important in the sense that gum time, but need whether your partner properly, bagrud dead, okay, and bring up your child in a very loving family. Again, polygamy. Eben got a lot of things. Human sexually transmitted diseases. You know, when one young can they get attracted easily. Men were to juba ten can. I feel sorry for those young girls that are in polygamous marriage because Ranabugola Kajitan Mentin, a chinya Ugandis go tingan teeth, oh Karogan Yarnyalu, put by long can. To go ting at the wear, at the dimples. At you go near Kugola, go Gigola Tinkan at you don't go, at you go a week. Kugo Jalta, Kunala, the diseases at Japan in the family. So we could book down Nimala. This is a different time. We're talking about future here. Is about sustaining the population because long then now the population increase. The resources be in the next hundreds of years to come. Lakin mon young and mean kay ko kana look a bin yali banya. So we need to start thinking about future too, the future directions. And if you look at a lot of men, back on your position, Pastor Samuel Akumai, you know, I have seen a young man, I'm not going to give names, where almost every month, they take a boy and you Louis volunteer or what they can well. Can I gold digging? It's not good because you're not marrying someone for love. You're just marrying them to use them for their resources. And it's not fair. So when we talk about polygamy, I'm not saying move on with your life. What I'm saying is it financially sustainable? I don't want to work for someone else. I want to work for myself. I want to work for my family. So if I was to be married in the future, and if my future husband is here, you need to know what sort of woman, okay, in Tiak. And let's not, what I'm against, Pastor Samuel, is this. It's okay for individuals to choose to be in any sort of relationship they want, okay? Adults, if they consent to a polygamous marriage, up to you. Advantages, disadvantages. Babalu impose on another woman simply because it's a cultural practice, that's what I'm against, personally. It is our culture. Okay, it's your culture, but I don't like it as an individual. I don't want to consent to it, so why should you impose it on me? You see? In Western world, because we have the freedom to speak up and say no. But you understand? Women do not have that freedom to express themselves freely. But we're very lucky that we are in a country where your views, are respected and your opinions. So, just to summarize, I think I've exhausted this point.
Thank you.
Yep. In polygamous marriage, I think happy some women commit suicides because and this is an animalistic thing. And that woman, she exploits that. Straight away. Neglected. So you start to neglect children. In a polygamous marriage, so it's really something that we need to think about as a community and for the well-being of the future, because we want to bring up productive members of society. people that will be dependent on the system. So corruption because we're going to children to feed. So which is it's not fair. So we could book thing each to their own. That's all I'm gonna say. You want to be in a polygamous marriage? Up to you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Apuk. Thank you, Apuk. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 summary points. Yin ke ting took ngay support. Kubeka tiga diar juj. Achielu support kira anta rock. Kuanang chalu very clearly. I cannot go bana by pan tuima yadit. Lalu yen ko achi tiek. I cannot do that. I'm not that stupid. So can I wear pot? Point kuke bed achaga God. Thank you for that. Grace, I have read one of your comment. Ki Jim diar. Le we diar. Ko bag rumai like this. Ko moja che tidele. So I didn't get it. What did you mean in your article? So do you encourage was that what you tried to say, or was it like unity in the family, that freedom? So what is your opinions? What is your understanding? Monogamy and polygamy. Do you support or do you not support? But will come from you. So Grace, I will give a floor to you now. They will come after you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I think the article you are bringing in is the article like over control. Over control was that if na chakrutia ekache mas battle pun baya check in yano jam yen or battle pun baya king jam yen.
That's the one.
That was the article.
That's the article.
That was the article. And I think the article is about polygamy. It's a little way there are some things involved in thinking before you get married to many women. I think polygamy miskula which was what a book talk of. Na loko tiag diar biskuin ku men ke yin chimiskla yin chienta. The name polygamy no problem. The problem is anti-thing ni diar bit. Anti-thing ni diar bijal weletin anti-diar bit ko mai. Reasons why we are seeing polygamy is having a lot of effects in the society now. It is because men is not a chain many parents for yen war. I come from a polygamy family. And my mother anything to him kujama mading jeben. And problems ya getting money eketo in a polygamous marriages achi problem ke kwerko I problem ko ka why individuals ku ke ko manda ke yinera na hunti diar ke rotia ka udiar ke diak na ko tiak diar ke wan ku yiti yinin tin acha ka mani mra kupai ku yini mo ka why juri joy dior why juri and then you expect us in 1 year and you want us to live peacefully. Seriously, someone will think of something that is very wicked. So I do believe that the model men mind the polygamy. There are some of the families that I have witnessed and I have seen, starting from my own family. Mama, they have never fought. And it is because of the way my babakatin. So if not talking in your mojini kejoy muksolia, big charm. In much. I mean like in much in this kind of a man who wake up and say, because I'm Yarakon, Ayana Chinese tweet. You are a man who stands straightforward with your point. Kulela connect a lawyer at a word. Because I just think made good thing that you have to be like thing a Louis favor, thing a Louis favor. So I do see that polygamy a problem. Era anti-polygamy practice could practice to the root. That's what I'm seeing. And that's where I have difference with people. In the modern society, you need to look at your financial status. That's one. 2, you need to look at your personalities. And don't wake up and be like, because Baba Chiti, I have to get married. It's not like that. First, try to understand yourself. Imagine in the Western world that a lot of issues we can run, and the little salaries you get and then you run Baben Pig Africa, Quintin good source of income. Kenya and Japan out Drupit, Eting and Japan out Drupit, and the whole family will be in a mess. But if not, might create and then I don't think I can tell somebody to stop polygamy. I cannot tell Rana to stop polygamy. Eran could mind the DR. Eran could money in Rakupai, Kulelbukun in Rakupai, go white DR get it. That is the man I will speak up to Kulayan, my friend. What you are doing is not making sense, and stop this. Stop this kind of polygamy. So I think that's what I do believe, and that's what I do seek. Okay, maybe I'm being influenced by Tiluya Restin, and I don't see polygamy any problem. Quite no problem. Emonya wini diar mani go kun minden, and it's making them achoka tawo root, achoka ta yupkanim, achoka ta luirut karaj, and it's still outside there. Go.
Okay.
Problem.
Thank you, Grace. Before you go, Grace, I will come back to you. Don't go away. Just stay there. Anongi cha puglwe win na jadi hari chaga bay many wife ting to ko buku je ka mo yich janyi mo yich so wedding e jata mo nom all the time, and then ting a bit ting ti a bit yen stress ku ting ti a bit ko chien. That analogy aboneng di hari chi boneng much, but you are trying to say now emuch in bidi haben ko mai keneng problem, but they have themselves aben to the point korke position. Nong ting bin yuji mo yich, wedding beta mo yich. Quran Iran, we are humans. When you go to the Bible, kabagole Abraham, kenting nang yi aga ken Sarah. When Sarah and Aga start quarrel, ba ken ben piat. Inga chi aga nga chen ben jal, man Ismail. I now bello next all the way a good milik in the Bible, but we had by then chiwo talk. And ting problem eloya end up because of KDRK. I'm not supporting monogamy or polygamy, but I will come with biblical bill, the KHLT afterward. So now you look at an issue, but other person you jam gule diardadu, I live an issue actually Ruben my. So what is your argument in regard to that?
I'm not saying emoji no problem, but I'm saying Iran could mind the polygamy no problem. Be it ting naga munyong diarkero or munyong diarke diake ginenya kulokul bakoy til bay ku kega mun kanyi kayin kiti yen moy lay hinu nongen. It means you are the cause of the problem. Now loka yin mo yin tiak diarke di jor diarke one, and you know that your pocket is very dry, and you could mind the coach. No problem. So I think the people who are practicing polygamy in a negative way, I can no problem. So I think that's what I was saying. So the other question...
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Sorry.
A book? Yep. Go ahead. A book.
Okay. Actually, I want to let the context say a bit different. For example, in South Sudan right now, a lot of the women, maybe they are called Pegalu, a lot of women actually, as we all know. So they have nothing to bring to the table, and they're just relying on the men. Or either some men, they just want to be the ones that are providers. Because when you are the one that is spoon feeding people, you have power and control. So long ago in Western world, some of us are employed. We're working. We can provide for ourselves, like we said before. And so being an independent woman, all you need is companionship. It's marriage. It's love. Yeah, it's. I find it very difficult, and I can't even put my head around the fact that today a man will be here, and then tomorrow a bill needed that for 1 week, for 1 month they needed that. It will not work, because by that time the love will be gone. Let's just be realistic. But they were disciplined. Okay, even one during the war, and looked at lakad bu moj bila du lakini nyira ko hachi choga nyita Western world road adako lost boy wife ato bika nyangi lukten gatiga go look or straight away. So what does that really mean? So I think times have changed, people. Times actually changed, and some things need to change. So me, I'm against sharing. Financially, if I want to give and provide for someone, I will, but I don't want to share my man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I want my man for myself.
All right, thank you.
Very depressing.
Okay, come in, Grace. Yeah, Grace, come in before bidding Ben. Grace, go ahead.
is not. Ache mas bamo inishia, okay?
What do you do?
The decision is yours. The decision is yours. The choice is yours. It is your life. After all, you have the privilege. You are a very independent woman, a strong woman who have a voice. So if I call my friend, or in my language, I call Mawa. This one is not actually important to me. So let him close his chapter. So you are highly welcome.
It's true, yeah, it's true.
Okay,
And thank
Dr.
you.
Dr. Deng, you are between Yapuk, Kenny Grace. So let me hear your stories. You know your opinion before I go back to the girls.
When you raise a village,
Jaran yala mat bu ting, you know.
oh,
Yes, good. Yep. There you go.
when you raise a village, the issue of ting took ting dear, can clarify is the position German. And I'm jam. On personal opinion. Two, I'm jam. Live in an environment or in a society, both in culture, kujoya Christianity. So I bring a bit of kudang buga share one pastor information. Yen by start from personal observation. To me, I think coil of big theory, I think for the reasons in the back, Tingman is one. No coil would think you don't wait quite. So I live. So they want to boost.
Begin and coach.
Begin and coach. So you can see how the are. Randa, a thick. Not because core coaches, but because thing to england jetiak a chain headache. So core replacement. Yeah. So core replacement, a core piece. So kapita ting there bebe chain. In which a little bit on the other side that they are cognitive upper road chicken headache. Will now go and marry. Be at least to have peace. I think because maybe think to enjatiak anong reproductive issues. Achieve it. So you don't want to batting about Paul just because she did. So you not think there love by it. I can look at reasons. Which may not be the absolute one, but under a little bit talking on reason as to why yen thiek or yen thing they are called under a little bit just want to have an empire. The court. Kaja pinganong ran chija, a chemo genita cane. Chigarandu, that a city york. Yaban. Yen cover by off. Go buy a roko, go lay nyai. A sheer co in a lawyer. Everybody had you back at the ark. Could buy be nanquat, barrow, that's what I mean. So encouragement until I burn from dig that. Kache mojenebe enter. So now, well, kai reasons as to why. And I may not object the reason as to why I ain't kada loy. Yung chen kenelo. Yeah. Ke choya but tiege dia juje. Ambala jamu ya to akim. Yinga le beneng challenges le bakegluel. But those challenges are chen an liuke ranj tiege ting tok. But it's just that there is an increase in the rate. For example, kunchi chapuk chilwel. Na chaneng diarjuch. Ka faithfulness then. Actually really will be inspired. So they will go because you have divided attention. Could the harga in other diseases? Then you come in and you do your role, you get the disease. Including Miss Bagadi. If night twine in Chagla, you are aggressive. Canong impacts in which anyway twine been no problem. So there is an increased rate. Kwacha elwele ting to ache are unfaithful. Some are even worse than Anjiti 10. Getting to. At the rate, at the speed, challenging, unfaithful is very high. So she any justify, but I just want to say there is an increased rate of brand or subject to such. And there is increase in domestic violence. But now, with a cheer, what? In Mojimum, you irritated, you will do what? And all that. So there is an increase in domestic violence with the Ajit. I can book 80. There are even conflicts road. Kwachi na just is one thing to come in conflicts road. Polygamous communities ke cake dadu ke kanong issue wunchu konwa. Ke kai early marriage ke kai practice the most.
Monogamy or polygamy?
Polygamous.
Okay.
Communities. Yes. They practice that early marriage, right? Who knows now? And those ones that at that side. Ula twengwe. Good geology, you think channel well, and you think I should buy a thing, you bonum. You think cock. So now Derek each that Najacha can't take thing when you encourage your bella pay, Yanuma Jabella Tiag that. Bella different type of nya.
Thank you. Thank you, Dictor.
So the Kaka challenges. Now Naja jam, Kera and Winterik Anita. Well, my judgment, ja low, or I may not judge. Kayan and very well in pastor. That in the book of Genesis. I know a man called in the show the tea book of Jam Caneta. Echin Ejo, Co, him and wisdom, go quick wisdom, Benia from it. Bible. A book I irritate, but let it be. Not Albania. Genesis, you know the Chine, KHI family, Chine and establish. And they are blowing at them, one flesh, a ring top. Now, in chapter 3, King a chinlo, Cyber Queen I waiting when Ben Era one, because I need to be happy. Could I be happy, reaching in a way? The catching gear joy until death do us apart. Hanging a gentle. Ubanang gato, so I need a lot of Anato, email daily continue with life. So I will up it until death do us part. Queen a chin laws I be like laws of inheritance, manu your Deuteronomy. That I will very well. Take much, I mean, Moja live in anything near Kuan Yilu. Kuting she Junior because Ki just the other or the but she Junior than the other. And therefore, Kachi Bible want to be fair here. Actually, well, man, the thing did. I didn't write then, beaten. Chana thing who did. Quachi and near, thing wrong and near. Come Moja live, we are bias. Bulwelli a thing row and Ben man the bed your. the firstborn of first tip, a yin right. Yinga chin laws of fornication, I be bentin. Kaye lueli ye exodus it. I think ye Leviticus. That Natanya Guchalia, you must marry that girl. Oh, unless the jay wunya, that's according to the Old Testament. Wunya which jay, oh, but you have a fine.
Dito Deng, thank you. We're running out of time. Ichi time dom Dr. Deng, thank you. Deng is in the middle. Dito Deng at in the middle. Go about those damage afterward. Yen point chagal will bin and yar book challenge in a very good way. When you're a with my sister. Achi grace at
Pastor, can I ask something?
Yeah, you coming. Achi grace at Chilwell. Kule Krach, it took. Rambidi had by Kujaga man in Rakubage. Kujabenga ben my thing. But I chin problem. Can I think a dear judge? Achi Deng queer, Chilwell, a dicto Deng. Kuleyen, there are so many reasons in a theater in a book. I want you to challenge this point. What is your opinions? There are so many reasons in a theater. Ketueng a book a jay, book an coach. Krero, nothing ting didu. Coach Ben an issue. Kaladim Batik, a gonan koi kuya. I summaries check over Guirben I the key point. The Chilwell command. And I chichankin ben pial. I get your headache with you. Did you head the Vicento? Kayin be Kawin yating a biben chain. So, what is your opinion? A pook? Negakaki. How do you respond?
This is
Deng and Grace. I will respond point a pook after that. Yeah.
This is where cultural privilege comes in, where headache, you are allowed to replace her. And you expect that wife to still be your wife, and you have no interest. She will be named what you all will, A, B, C, D. I'm going to be respectful of the place that we're at because it's a holy place. So it comes down to cultural privilege. Long individual uga adults much. When you are at that stage and when you're ready, let's say in a monogamy, okay? If both of you are coming to the point where the marriage is becoming toxic, it's okay for both of you to separate. We can move on. There's nothing wrong with it. But traditionally, for a man, you are okay, yeah? But for you, single parent, but a Western world, what was the root cause of the marriage breakdown?
So
no one understands.
You are responding to headache, yeah?
Yep,
okay.
To headache. So in terms of marriage, I tell you exactly between the couples. So both of you, move on. Please don't leave a woman hanging. Lagi en lain chawit kubitik bangit position de na chita kulel ka wi berir ka gmit ke in that family ko chi wit kujala and then okay, that's her decision much adagya ko gelo kuna chi lele no, I'm still young, maybe I can go and find love somewhere else and then give her a go. And people should not have a stigma because they are alu in name. It's very rare rur ka lu head lu move on ka gmina che ke chol no one names them. But do you know what I like about our young generation? We have names for these kind of men now. I told in English, because we are a very respectful society.
Yeah.
But there's names for them now. And I'm not going to go into that. But long brother Deng, so he mentioned that, a bad headache. So is it okay for a woman to be replaced without her permission?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true. What was the next point? I'm trying to keep up.
The next point is that because big family.
Yeah. I understand that scientifically, it allows for genetic variation in polygamy. So the gene pool, you have better chances of like having variety of genes, and that's okay. But na kuikarud mu, bedat biala chuar kulela sejenik, kulade letwany blato. Achana chukoi mugmuch.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the point of wasting? Okay, Peter Run, why? Because we could be productive members of society, then okay. Like now we book a dear part for the sake of land, no meat could be a new nom tenor like a man and a cannon. Quaturungimu, a chalel won't tell me the morning in polygamous marriage, man that in a remugato. Some of our uncles are like to the extremes of even having 25 to 30 wives. Come on, let's be realistic. Mitkan that work mitku, BDN below you Sudan, let's just, this is just the reality. Okay, so for in that context, I rely one there because can you rely war with diseases? Yeah, there were no proper medical facilities so we had low in terms of mortality rate actually increased because a lot of people were dying, and that's the reason why in case and then there will be another one. Like in a society where there's proper medical facilities, where people live longer to 100. You know, look at Indian and Chinese rand. They did meet karo. Kumika kaya kami muka dig bigger quality, kuyeku productive members of society. Rand no meet karo. Mende yengi muka dig laga bano marza to rand no meet ka diako meet ka tiar kuika muk. Kuin mok is not good. So polygamous marriage, even again, like I said before, economically, it's just sustainable. Let's just be realistic. Even if you're the most richest man in the whole world. Okay, good for you, then at least you have the money much. Lakin kaga aka lura lai ho kumonjang ache kana weng de polo ajwe. Arali mandare lebuto tempana kim ku una jay. Chigam ule ka weng de way chi kongam ben unless na a man thing near ule man near kena kan lakina a man lo ka chimpio ko man chika man lu cast out of the family but chi could to weng de kana away no matter what. So and then there was another one that he said I couldn't keep it up. Yeah.
Okay, you answered most of the question at Bear. The summary is headache. You can solve your problems. Learn to solve your problems. If you can not, release each other.
Yeah.
Bottom line, do kiniki apuk. And now look at family trees. I mean family because Jewish want their toe pan monjang, you agree with that. Nothing wrong with that. But rock with the economy and sustainability, they got your logic. Can be made bigger deed, kukachi muke in the city, kokabala sigenage, and all these things. Can I share Pukachilwell? Ben point to Benachala in dictor, Kuyin Grace. Now I'm coming back to Grace, be point a book, Begaber, Kuyin Ding, Yiliba, into in the middle, in dictor ding. You can answer some of the questions too. So I have Puka financially, I keep yet, Cheneng. Mahal jiki da pay, banang dio jiki da pay ngor jiki piet. And the example is the book of King. Solomon. He was a rich man, but he been weak because of so many wives. So yen eketueng economy in grace, and you not think you agree can yen amad win. Can I ran she low? Ki don't take a dear gag. Sexual transmitted disease. What do you say there, Grace? Ranundia can one the term. Where Pugluel you can bring Yan Uganda, Nyan Pot, Nyan Jidonko, and all this, Bama Diar Kui, Nyan Kenya. So if you encourage because Judge, if your opinion, not encourage, but you can problem with that, how about sexual transmitted disease? Bigger bend through that. Could you like ye ting took Robin Tamu Yit, Bumuj Briongnum? Bagachalwell in grace, but I want you to repeat yourself. The last point, domestic violence. It did a pay by even meet themselves in a conflict. The last point, we jam early marriage. When most of the early marriage I can encourage by quite. So Grace, floor is yours. How do you counter respond those points? You know.
I think I will have to agree with Apuk on some few things. Kukano Kukchan and Kabulu agree Kenayan.
Yep.
One of the things Palu agree Kenayan is that this polygamous marriage, polygamous marriages, simply because I can kuilo my kuni alel ran loy polygamy, ran could polygamy my no problem at polygamy itself. On the side of STD and STI, I know of some of the men can run get ticketing to but you are still mingling. I mean, like, I think that officially by, but you know what? Can you lock be
concubine?
So I think the best thing that will be better is better be walk around it than be walk around. I mean, like, imagine there's a slave queen a lot of monju. Sorry to use that language, Abun. There's a slave queen. Okay, another random girl. A lot of monju kokachini. Nami kala ben ken gonorrhea and other STDs. Kuboku kayin. Kwa yin ato winke yin etikitu. So you are wondering where are all these one coming from? So I do see it's better for him be waiting so that na be because it doesn't really make sense. And I know some of these men near Ranka there, you can never do anything to stop him. Now Louis stop kulele kajin kiti, and the STDs and STI will still come in. I know some of the men can ranka think diar but inti bit a chila bay. Ke kanyi kamai, kukanyi run maike. So they will stay together, kukachin bin be. But there are some of the men in ranka thing too. But you know bit bay. So that's why I don't blame polygamy over everything. Today bandu agree kana pukuki. In reality, you cannot be having 25 women. Kulele bake sustain. The polygamy, I support the polygamy diarke. That polygamy, at least it makes sense. But this polygamy, do not want to diarke one. That one, I know a lot of effects. And there are some things I cannot talk of that our mothers can talk of better than me because I can get good information. Though the little biology appear work school, it was of the need of a family. But then we are not so much exposed to speak them. But that polygamy till abuse, ache polygamy Louis support. Polygamy Louis supported this kind of polygamy at least they are tokenina, they are manageable. Ache they are unmanageable, and then you are ataka kunim. Another thing balu agree can apuki. Apuka imna chibe kurni yeting or tinga jatinga no one win up and get cake. Like a chol. Kulele maningadi, what chibela twin. Decide what you want for your life. So there, this lady and this woman will be free for her to decide what she wants. If she wants blood tiak, then baja go nopin kujie mam. That one a right apuk. And this thing well society well society thing ayul is different. Ananga yom yetia kulokule no monye ku mo chieng. Even the society will still stand with her. Kulela tinge monye yenu kutela chieng. And that woman will have freedom to marry any other man. Kulepa de chieng. There are some of the other yom community against. These are yom who go even with mother urge tiak. And she believes that I can no problem. If you marry more than 5 men, kulopo when it means you have your own problem. So I think the issue, the language of all of you need to be changed in the society. There are some of the women in the by not because right, but because which may include violence. So these are the things Yan and Kelu agree and they are realities. They are real in the society. So tinga unti pandela pol or tinga unti la pokana monde because she could not withstand some of the characters. There is no point of somebody jumping up. We have to respect our decision.
Thank you, Grace.
Cause of the problem.
Thank you, Grace. How about early marriage? Most of the time, polygamy is what is your comment there? Your comment?
I'm not agreeing with him.
Another point. Near. I cannot share love with more than 2, 3, 4 women. So what is your comment? These two bagaber. Kuna jatu kan ko dito ding be two things bagaber too.
I think Apukuma, I'm not going to support you on that, or I'm not going to disagree with you, because that is your own decision and it is your own choice. And as an independent woman who is strong and who have our own voice, you got to decide what you want for your life. So there, until Michela can win. And even any other woman who doesn't want that is free to make her own choice. So that is okay. I'm perfectly fine with it. Now, la ben kidding a kid in really hali marriages, I encourage. Nala ben kidding a kid in really hali marriage. Quite encourage polygamous men. I say polygamous men. Ben Australia, USA, Canada. Kulek thing in the villages. Kubo get to work it. Yak polygamous men. Most of them are not polygamous men. Or I know some of the men who moved from Juba, Lopan Jinga in a single clothing yanong 17 years, because in Koreana won't okay, French girl, I don't know how to put it well. But most of those people are polygamous men. Though there might be few men who are polygamous men, but then a lot of them are polygamous men. A lot of them are these single men, or you go ahead. So this one, I cannot blame it on polygamous men. This one, I need to blame, it need to be blamed on Monyawun, Nyiganyantina core, and especially to Nonkoika here, in Boa here, Queen Nyanka core, and you have to go and marry her, Kubu Jawarake Bagiri. I need that she's 16 years, and for her to go to her year, or for you not to be sued, or for it to be illegal, you have to change the document. So I think these are the people we have to blame, not the polygamous men. And even polygamous men, we can practice, okay, no problem. But not all the polygamous men. I have seen a lot of polygamous men. Because I need a right man for that young girl. So there, until you agree, can you day? But yes, it is your opinion. I have no problem.
Last one. Then, most of Kojiti Diar Judge, Kaya corrupts. Even now in the government, they need to feed their children. So, do you agree with that or no, Dr. Deng?
Yeah, just like we learn on point that polygamous communities encourage early child marriage, I didn't mean polygamous men.
Okay.
A community win.
Okay.
No,
Peaceful disagreement. Peaceful misunderstanding.
It is. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It is the same to say that it is not absolute. Bulwela corruption is caused by Ranamir or such. Gucci water Kenya man. Kenya here.
But the percentage, the big percentage. The word most, Apuk say the word most will mean a bigger percentage.
Okay. If not aware, we also need to know the percentage to Loika. You know, a assumption. We are assuming because nanong dia judge kumil judge kanong toga bicham. Such thing a little bit. But what of the greed to Karan? Chagaran kinti hedadu. So it may partly be correct and partly correct. So kachal balwelu but you tell absolute that it is true or may not. Partly is true, partly is not. Yeah. Because of factors they want even to compete. Yeah. Wait, this. So I do think I can encourage to do that. Now, my comment, but later my question about.
Yep, put your comment. We're almost there. We'll let you comment now, so you can start.
Oh, okay.
And yeah. Grace, be ready. What is your comment? What would be your comment to women in a polygamy relationship now? Baragwir, where baleke dear diamond, quite dear tiak nung dear moy can co-wife. I know where Chengbaleke, what is your comment? Keep road weir after he deng took. Then a pool will come last. Can you comment it?
Yeah. Willing Bible, is it? I wanted to prove that in the Bible, polygamy can condemn. It is there. At all. Yep. Might be surrounding polygamy. Chimanun chan the challenges ke polygamy queen. You get the same lebent of Bible ke kalo ben nyal, but ke tande ko chike encourage I the church leaders I ke pastors not to begin big theater because of kawin lo rise. Highlighted why people marry many wives. I can kawin. Now along his own good, along his own why any can loy to be short. I have highlighted when why people marry many wives. What are the challenges of but in a polygamous marriage?
Yeah.
And therefore, reasons I benefits. Why I'm marrying this and that. You get benefit. I'm also seeing the challenges coming with this challenge. And therefore, my last comment goes back to you, who is going to do the polygamous activities that benefits outweigh the risks. And the risks outweigh the benefit. If the risks are so many, why are you doing? Risks became imposed on your life. Or why should you?
Thank you.
And therefore, Kawanti Nirkalwell, I think about touch so much, Kokai personal, Nonke, opinion ra. Quality is advocating for someone, such opinion. So I cannot attack them. Or Paluel Kichaluel right. That until Ngudian and all that, it can't be so. But now we just have to think that benefits or risk outweigh the benefits in this in the context of your judgment. Can you now choose? Because now looking in our cultural background, can you condemn? In the religious background, can you condemn? So your personal judgment in being condemned. Therefore, yes, I can support them like Banyan Rand Herbejogum, a chalo and headache, ku batting there balatiak. It's true. But reasoning the rander, it is like that. My dad when I had a go car rander. So I can surrounding that. So it's a personal judgment around authority.
Thank you. Thank you, Dito Deng. Thank you, Dito Deng. Grace Akon, your comment in India, Toman in that relationship, Bale walk, Kwanong where Chia Pugle will come on. In terms of 1 second. 1 second. Okay, Diato in that relationship now, you will comment Lebale cake, Kujela in terms of wealth. Chanacha Puglel, Bemo India, Bian Wan meet the cor, ku watching well, Quabetin de la Tiag, Kunyan Gela Tiag, Bella Bengapa Tode, in Lowske, Abugala Bay, Kuabuka Moo too. So, Kuanan Ting Winchilla Tico taken, Katin Toke and Ladim Badilte, by co wife Debanang Ting and Gujelapa and Denia. So, what is your comment in regard to that? Inga bin Jamdu Babeziten. Kubuku Pukchabo, and we are almost finished. We viewers, I know we're thin, but we'll get quite jam a cake diakaben. A cake I authors, I think got a bo. Chimaran Chidito Ding, and bo. Engage your a puk, a co author, Kujela a con, and radio, banjam about it at the end. So, yen a kabagari can walk. So, Grace, floor is yours. But come and loy around that area. There's a gray area to it and long term to the will. Tingila Tiago, la Bengan Shula. I will look a bill, another bill added. Get the apple lewen.
Yeah, but then, Kicha Lui condemn polygamy. Because what if ran cheating de la bay, and no capacity, and no financial ability? Ben and Pande, Ben and sustain. Keran chicken a chuku join. And the fact Yana Bukalwell that Kicha Bukor is that Ebakot Benjamu no I don't know. Because then more, that's what a book doesn't want. A book doesn't want, and it is reality. Because you chili ba choka chili ba diet chongi. That one and chili ba we disagree one year. But I hear Anna with no capabilities. Let him be. The choice ekide. Timana unchene dengelwel. Can you think a babel because to me I will like polygamy right, but Rana wouldn't like polygamy puiloi. Rana wouldn't polygamy puiloi.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Grace. What's your comment to women in that relationship? Thank
women
you.
Who are in polygamous marriages.
Thank you. Yep.
Women who are in polygamous marriages, I think it's a word. It's okay if you are in polygamy marriage, but there are some things that you need to understand in this kind of polygamy marriage. If not in gamonya wunti ting on ting there, and then you should know that in chiliba ting there a chilibalotil. These small things of jealousy, I carry a budget. You have no duni nyanti ni duni la welinum or duni ting di duni la welinum or palen you get young duni la happen. Or if you are saying people are peaceful, don't bring issues because I need the money lay into nongen emoyong ting there. The same thing to the man. If naja ting the naja end day, don't come and duni no be when well ke could be in keke. So to women who are in polygamies, these issues, the crisis, I've been took. Najimit ko najimit chop at the age of like najaka did. Got these small problems of jealousy kaitu. But if na around the same road or banya around the lair jockey, ekachi no problem because nyantini did not come to your husband. Your husband and kor. So it is better for us buku kada buku gam. If nachi a polygamy, let's accept it. Teni law into polygamous marriages. Let's accept the polygamy. Career so that book meet for book careers catching this jealousy thing. But if Nani Chini in a polygamy marriage is better marriage. Is better marriage than Bagam polygamous marriage. Kunalaka in Kalwell Bakola Korwal or Balwell Bakoy no. So as a woman who is in polygamy, it is okay. It is okay. Just if Kichipiat Ebenakan Kintin, that is the worst thing. But if Nachayan Gam polygamy, be in it, and then kukutem. So that with that family be PR.
What do you tell means? In most of your comments actually on NDR, which is good, and comments are you are favoring roar. So what is your comment about that? And of course you are favoring roar, you're not taking side.
I just side ya lo my anti polygamy gam, naja polygamy gam ke that is it at a gam. So don't go and misbehave in the polygamy. Ranchira puk. Now, Apuk has her own stand. She's saying anti tiak the moinong thing there. And it is okay to run beben dom yet kume yet kului and betalemat. So the same thing in yetting I want to polygamous marriage gam. Do not have belori in the polygamous marriage. Because some of the polygamous marriage I work a gam. So I think that's what I can say. So I tell Louis polygamy and machine and miskula.
Okay, era come a little nang rora win. I see take the argue quite rating to gado. What is your comment? Nangero yinia. In Gajigor pin it and Grace.
Rora win keeping the argue.
Kukachi rating quite think to get chigalu dado. Mingling.
These are community husband. This community husband, even Kulerke Kanisa, they will never be transformed. The community husband. These are the one and I think anything near cool like a jur. Locally sweet talk. The next day kabelon on yan, the next day kabelon on yan, even Kubarka in your thing there. You are not going to transform him. Achilu transform. So if nothing in say kind of life like Achilu with Kayin Kaji, to now work away or Chiroloika away community husband. Akor Bakani, there is a lot of change in the society. And the change will change a bit. I science I believe you are not infected. Kayin affected. So you have to be very careful of your health so much. You have to be very careful. This thing of you want to like be a girl, be a boyfriend to everyone. I think these are few things that we need to transform. So not okay that thing a culture just try to be closer to God and try to be focused on what you are doing. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. So community husbands, to be born again. So bagbun chalang wake. Inga wer chien apuk. Points I just took well. What is your comment? General comments. Balwell. Kubuku wrap up. We're almost done.
All right, guys. I think this comes down to individuals. Achiran lebelwel yepiawale kache near. It's an animalistic thing, much like in natural discipline. Baralui discipline in him. I choga og diara kating kaman. Ada kingadi na elu ele outside in culture ko badang dang rurjuj kayin wuji deng nyak deng walai the nomyem. Inji tombola ting adang lay wear. Women have these capabilities. And this is what we were saying before, that there are people that can be in monogamy marriage and they can be unfaithful. But there are also people that are in a successful monogamy marriage. Okay? So speaking generally, it comes down to individuals and what they want. And if you are at that level where Wijin Kubalu decide, you should have a free will to choose your partner. Jam kaga partner do properly. Lue outline today what your expectations are. For me, it's easy because again, I live in a different context. But long in year though, panamonjang. I think some girls still in a polygamous marriage on purpose. Kagaye jod real. I don't know about by long dun. Like in by long da ding here kok na chinya tinka dun ka jod be real. A chike loy willingly.
True.
There's some women, their families force them to marry moj. Wala nyande zato ela kugema mo indi chid dio bode chan bila muk wala bu family bu ba muk. Chimen unchi brother dengalwe nyira chike loy biga commodities. Kaya business. So some women are into a polygamous marriage knowingly, but majority of women in our society, because it's culturally allowed, some of them don't have a say. Kaya force. And this is where arranged marriage comes in. They don't do it willingly. But again, it depends on how you were brought up and where you were brought up as well. I'm speaking as a kid that grew up in Australia, as a teenager, that is so used to a system that only just allows monogamy. When I was talking about longer health, longer disease, I didn't say that unfaithful people cannot bring diseases as well in a monogamy marriage. It happens. But the rate of spread of that disease can easily be controlled. The problem with polygamous marriage is this.
How they control?
Half of the time, disease is benzatu, longer ranching it.
How the monogamy relationship controls sexual diseases? Wearing masks?
How does it control it?
Yeah.
Or how can you control it? No, what I'm saying, the rate of infection.
Okay.
Rate of infection. I'm not saying some people can still have sexually transmitted disease in a monogamy marriage. It's not an issue, but you will infect less people. Okay? As an educated person, for example, if I know that, I have some sort of STD, I would go to doctors and get some treatment. And I would be honest with the next person in the future and say, hey, look, I'm sorry, but I have this kind of disease. But long I could making longer polygamous marriage. It's very difficult to track. Okay? And like I said before, in a polygamous marriage, it's just, I feel like there's no control. There's no control and there's no discipline. There's a lot of unfaithfulness. And women, as well, we have desires. We have the ability to love more than one man. It's there. It's possible. Even underground. They were out there. Right?
Okay.
These are the people that Kadang was calling a community husband. We also have a community wife as well. But we're not trying to insult people because people have desires and the reasons to why they do that. So if you are here supporting polygamy, there are societies that also practice polyandry, which is one I didn't want to ask them with there because people have always been criticizing me, saying that I'm supporting polyandry, but I'm not supporting polyandry. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying,
how do you call that polyandry?
Polyandry.
Yes.
It's not practiced in Dinka culture, and so we don't have a name for it.
So
yeah. I always practice in India, somewhere in one of the Indian countries or South American country. But the reason why we're not saying that people should be, because I'm against polygamous marriage anyways. Polygamous marriage, I can't having more than one spouse, meaning you as a wife, I wouldn't even want to have more than two husbands. No, I just want one. Okay? Same thing with my husband. I wouldn't want my husband to have more than two. Kuwi balui clarify the kinten long mo njim. Ranchi po ka giting de. Kului ko move on kule wuji ting that. That's not polygamy. I think people need to understand the distinction. Polygamy means you understand? You are together as a family, as a wife, and you are identified. But you as a wife, if you want to move on, or if a husband wants to move on, it's okay. It's a free society now where people can choose what they want. No one should be held.
Thank you, Apuk. Thank you, Apuk. Yen Bible a chao be word. You coming there. Bible a chao be word about your word next Friday. Bible jam thing dia juj kuting tok. Yen kebuk loy another 15 minutes judung I nyirti ku jela dito deng kega betul because many people are interested in jam dun. Yen can what your book to kunang point care about other business chiko jigolel pay abuga jamtin. Don't worry about using language, although but a language when she be offensive inga chiko be used but kachi when you slay queen or slay king I'm very welcome. I'm very okay with that. We get topic bo bentin baden in grace and in a book. So then ku in grace swale ti kulelen are you basing your argument on Western or Africa context? Argument do not win in grace. Ye Western or Africa context. Chana book a chicken de take to went to Angola and jam day. But yin de kuja in grace, I can get take to Angola jam dun. So your argument, ye learn no matter what, whether to in the West, nang dia kero diamwan is okay, to be mai or ye culturally Africa context. Yin de kujela grace, 1 minute each. Wabelo other business kakuan kicheng down the society, social issues, is slay queen, how do you call it? Kaka next family relationship issues. Ngoben akar. So then and grace argument don't look base.
Hey, and thank you. A good question again. Kabalwell on it. Yeah, no koi cultural norms. Kuja situational factors are different. Ku situation yenika yeting kanonge choy Western Iran non cultural norm then can support. Can I jolo the anong situation bela lot chana check the one there kala situation. And therefore will now change beyond their pay or to brere then for example a puka can call air in a categorical achilago you environment could be here bentin achiroger so he has to leave his norms her norms so what you want kule lomuke now question the question of where I'm basing my argument is this. I am aware. Jam that in a look.
Yep.
A look. But the book a society, Chukulionian, become becoming Kubranjo individual judgment, general lawyer. Why am I saying that? It's because we have Africans in the West who are not westernized. I'll kill her into that life.
Yeah.
It's just a location. Okay. But
change.
I'm pure African. So how do I address that person? But do pure Africa, one Africa. And then be kawaii. Do I have that moral justification? Or do I have the moral justification to Africa you be like the West? But the only power I have is this. With the child education maybe. Wherever you are, whether in the West or in the East or South or in Africa in the Central. challenges or factors or challenges ben on this specific topic. Kawun le bigi in you risk factors le bigi in you kekin. Now choose. Because I will sit there in the hospital, how many partners do you have? You know, question if you have come with conditions. I have 5. Because now, after every management of a condition, you have preventive measures. This is where my advice will come in and tell you, these multiple partners, risk of this disease. Is what I'm concerned. And therefore, we can't categorize token. Address anong daman chirana ka in pasta. Actually, well, denga. Yakal chay talk to know. We can either talk to know. Well, okay. It's like this. My knowledge, we can be objected. My knowledge is that Christianity or Kanita are got within a certain culture. So you can't separate them. Kacha belen that if Yechu could have yomda. Maybe he has catch wine and turn into, water into wine in Pongbarong, when in Powell, that when away. He would have done that, as you mentioned. And then our culture comes in there. So separation of this thing,
thank you. Thank
so
you.
I narrow down to you, individual, to make a choice after I have presented the risk factors when we face.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, grace kin argument de kin lui basingo we koi dai comment kun akwen kegebin, and I'm taking some notes. Kichi majority luel biti we comment luel because you guys are now educating society. Yen ache my question ki I took. But ben nyan kwa tinga piet akor ko gi big ping. Ekiti kulele yen the term GPA invented out there but actually use slave queen and slave kings. Yongu meaning de tenoran chi grace e dai gor article kai. Kidero a visa boy ko visa girls. Kene Lula Chideng kon gor one of his posts on Facebook somewhere. You call unique visa boys, kuja visa girls, you can describe ke yindi in our society. Kediak in Karakir, a buying of expensive clothes, renting the most expensive house, eben achi Ugandese or Kenyan, achi ke luda du jur ke good ke. In a case of celebrations, the birthday, eben achi birthday de chingich, kwalu birthday be celebrate in Uganda, in Kenya, kula birthday de be celebrate. The last one, a concert artist. This does not mean artists can be support, but ne koko lokene negative intention. In a concert, eka loy, eka yedi hardadu, diati win mayru ken ke cake. I have read articles she graced God about that. So ye nikene a general topic lui flood man thioke in the social media in our community. Tonight actually buku one a little comment will go about it. Chanera and bugla pioch yindi to denkwer ku yina puk ku jala yin grace. This topic actually new na week a biwe bertin, and I'm sure comment do na bitung baden akira mamat Kenny slay king or slay queen chiramat Kenny cake a chiba chica down with the thick in a cake chok so kenning abu bentin then I just took the chain took young yeta labor relationship chato ke healthy could be last long inge ponya kir a chi go be now. Don't comment on it about bay baden akir. Based on your research, based on your experience, based on the chiwe dieting, we can get ya we can take, but yung yagata lebe our marriages chalu last, we get healthy and get the last point. But the first point, when the term can take a use now on the social media. So yindeng asking order on the screen, I am nyarba go gol, ku yin grace na lobirale, ki be your argument when the marriage Tiek chabese ngo di jabati no ko bagor somewhere. Okay, Ding, go ahead.
Okay. Yen kiri terms. Kiri terms, especially slave queen, slave king.
Iran ya daro, ko Iran ngoloy.
To me, I call it fun glorify in simple terms. Tiane white.
Ba kamera jar ko mat, dito Deng bugi ting apiat. Very good. Yep.
So to me, I call it fun, and you could glorify. It's just that. You know, but I don't talk around it. I check it. Could a visa boy, visa girl, I have a worker will get here. I will get here. It's because this quite to Africa. I get you all here. I ain't you. I win chi nyaben karga yelu nda do inji tiak nyaben ay boku jori ke yini inji tiak so I will win ye go way weto the tea until weto tin will cook I jal from weto tin ka good wet ki so they are just simply will rivalry. So I can't give so much but they are not as offensive. I social what when you get kidan. So but I tingle valuation. I just quick question there when
in kiderchin ye birthday celebration ku buying expensive equipment ku jela yi rent chike lui ka afford kene de very common now ko ya men good ko let ku party concert.
A good big question raised. Could learn that people are wasting resources. It's okay. Okay, fun. People are not serious. She buy them. So we're finding a chiller. It's common with that. It has been referenced. But what is making these people have such this level of fun? We compete here again to Hoti. I think I seen about the lawyer in which the has to get payment with the island.
That's good.
Yes. So when I pay and bad they gave me how to get na kuru kwelred kakuma kulela bago. I spend a lot of money which I should have been spent on school.
Yep.
Kabaga spent in one day. But now these people are idle. They are idle. Kuyini ran we wall, I go wall on demand. Thing work or demanded. But they have the capability. I'm not to GM.
Yep.
They have the capability to be loyalty.
Very good.
And I look at direct on a kind of constructive. Nachi school will get a day as you and then can cook skills they can do. So you get much. You know failure. Education being educated. We will complain now that you look at West. Queen can't educated on how they should use those kiden. Chaka jo call disagree yin loik being coinle. What you call disagree could Jagabella use here? So failure on your side. But I'm not encouraging this kind of exaggerated fun. Will you because that competition win? I got today, I'm your cake a letter, because into deep because I got head one. I can't learn secrets. I'm your cool Lego had bigger secrets. Then I have fun, you gotta lead into such things. Then why is it beneficial? You will way. Then it should be stopped. But on the other hand, so called directed, even it has gone to a point here, made I thought with men, when they, when they pocket money. I mean, how could come made twine? I see me later, Kim, you win the channel, really win it. A call when I came. You will know to go a Kim. So, we young road, we couples. Who can a banjo Jamale question a cardun?
Good, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Ding. I yen kichi ding a jawele young road your benefit family. So where I chill a move jamat, Quaben Jam Tinale. Could a visa boy or visa girls or slave queen or king, birthday celebration, buying expensive clothes or rent expensive houses, could you allow concert, artists, yen a book on ping and quito in Africa. Yen a chair common upon Tawotine. So young ayan ding conjabo, could ya grace in Oben? Could you allow a book of Ben Jamba? Then how difficult is the life in the West? Bebe Lil Baden. Jana book and brother de Kuga Louis here. She can see, she can feel a book of Louis as well as Garsukulia. So bugu loy is not easy. So ko bugu ping we ko to in Africa version da be pugu represented in way. So Grace, you are welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, on the question of marriage, marriage is a personal choice, and creating on decision of whom you want to marry.
Sorry, Grace. Could marriage and family beben ken the last one. Could you wotin? I tem one chika pia again. Or which in one of article? Chagor.
Okay, yeah, first I was answering the question of if we are based on traditional
the first
life.
One. Okay, good. Monogamy and polygamy. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
I think this is a personal choice. In my opinion, and that opinion doesn't affect you in one way or the other. The choice will always remain yours. Now, you cannot pick my word, and I will not pick your word, and it is okay. Or if you pick it, is fine. On the side of slave queens and slave king, I just see these attempts that Yoke used to play with words around. And even if someone is slave queen in the dictionary, is a beautiful wife, is a beautiful woman or a girl, a beautiful woman or a beautiful girl. That's the meaning of slave queen in the dictionary. But to know what content, there is a way we use it. And the way I use it is this for jokes. There's nothing that we take so serious about it. And I don't think that one should affect someone. The issue of Bisa boy and Bisa girl, it has a lot of things in it, and I cannot talk so much about it because the society do believe that najota enetene kulapo wana moj baterun kero kalula konki for a Bisa. And the same thing to a moj najot moj bayetinu kuleke pokenetic in the airport the kalula yen wine for a Bisa. So now that's when this name and been invented. But there are some people Ben Africa and they are leaving their homes peacefully. So these are what we use just to jokes around. And these are what that so nano monjungo can in don't be like somebody will call you Bisa girl. That is that one I think to continue with the relationship. The same thing to a man here. Just focus on it. This thing are just jokes media, and these jokes media I think can be there. So LS Bakala looms so serious. So I think that's what I can say about that. On the issue of Bebe Juir and competition, I think it is
you wrote
affecting
an article
us so
about
much.
that, I think.
Yeah?
You wrote an article about that.
Yeah, I wrote about an article about that, and I think it is affecting us in a lot of negative ways. So much the issue of competition, because back at the law economic competition, so some of the houses na law jurga inetic because in Korbaulu compete can it young moidu or thing there balonti. It's better you just focus on things that will build you. It's better you focus on things benanga kunke mitko. So I think that one I condemn a little bit, but it's still the choice is yours. And on the issue of artists and all that, we have artists who are doing greater things in our society. Those artists who are bringing a lot of unity to us. Those artists and we do appreciate them. no problem. Can walk cake. Those are the things we need to avoid in the society. Supporting an artist is a chiraj, crutch about his bus support, kule use in a wrong way, and those are the things we don't encourage. So you cannot intil about you run 150,000 kumit ko ane choke, or you cannot wake up and go and give the money bawula gamatis kuka wan mit ko ane choke. That one actually logical. That one is not right. Or maybe in between the jobs. You never know, maybe you need in between the 3 jobs or 2 jobs because you want to sustain you. So I do encourage, if you have that money, it's better you invest them. Naturally invest, you do something better. There are so many children who are suffering in the country. We can support them with those money. I think that's the little I can say. And if Nanor and Jabat, I'm sorry, personal attack is not allowed this round.
Throw in most expensive birthday parties.
Yeah, birthday parties. I think birthday party is something that is nice. Problem in our society is how we are misusing it. So use excess problem. So I think if you are throwing your small birthday party in your house, God will recognize into the new year, and you will still be happy like any other person. There is no need of throwing a party in a hotel. A lot of responsibilities, but still it is your choice.
Thank you, Grace. Apuk, what is your comments about these terms? Wan chiben kakibin bujala can buy relationship marriages and all this. Yeah.
To be honest with you, I think I'll leave it to our African brothers because it's a term that is widely used by them. In the Western world, we don't judge people whether they came through asylum seeking as a refugee or marriage visa, or we don't mind because we understand the challenges of life. Yes, of course. A little better online. Will it be suggested to you by family? Kulu will hook up. Kuna labenten kapira bubana different. And you don't have to force yourself in a marriage that you're not happy in simply because in Jabai much. I don't think that's realistic. And we should not all assume that Kwadaira and visa simply because they wanted to come. Maybe there are people individually that do have these these sort of views, or maybe that's what they do. I don't know. But yeah, we should just give people benefit of a doubt because everyone benedict their own life journey. And me personally, each to their own, I know it's not difficult. Be run then into Australia or America, you go through a lot of financial difficulty. But at the same time, just because in Dubai does not necessarily mean you have to stay in a marriage that you're not happy, So I'll just stop there. Okay. I don't know, man. We'll just leave it at that. And when it comes to birthday celebration and and spending, each to their own, because an individual, I know making money is a very difficult thing, and if I know what my 1 hour accounts for, I'm going to use it very wisely. And this is why we are trying to encourage young women to be employed rather than relying on one income, because it's difficult, So if you will, Queen bill do we bataping colonium no loy tomorrow. But I think it's something that I personally cannot do. It's not smart. Yeah, it's very irrational. So let's prioritize our kind of priorities. Let's set our priorities right. And even the same thing, Africa, in the Western world. Sometimes we don't prioritize what is important. Which is what I think the next question you were going to ask me. A lot of our kids are struggling because I feel like financial long finances economy. I remember there was a status that I wrote that if we look at money like the way we look at cows, the way we will be the wealthiest people because we got wealthy in terms of how to keep our cows. Random, important. Same thing with money as well. Don't spend your money unnecessarily. I know it's a new concept to us. Money is a new concept. But if we use the similar concept to the way I know it's longer economists that are probably watching. They will probably say, "What the hell is the book saying?" I don't have any background in terms of economy for longer finances, so don't push me. But what I'm trying to say is just the basic. Let's spend our money carefully, and let's try to save as well as much as we can.
Thank you.
And have a goal that is set towards that.
Thank
so,
you, Apuk.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Apuk ay lwelien bu kid kaka bika west a chipot we quite to Africa. Ajimen ku yo mondunang chi yekin be realistic. So something logic in Galibaloy. What you been now our last point. I know we can tiak but nge anong pan win kene nge anong pan nyan kene nge anong best friend kiye moj or kiye nya. We will talk to young families. So what do you think about our marriages nowadays? And what do you think will be the correct comment for our young families to have healthy and long relationship? So in terms of money, in terms of near, mingling around, or influence the extended family members. You add to the family by magnum or by ben dark. So based on kichagating rate rantin in a biwe jam. Otherwise, which in a very long experience in this, but our families, our marriages, what do you think? Grace, in an article, I got about that as well. I follow you a lot on the social media. Canting. Now, chicken talk. We will talk briefly about your books. Bochagagor, Bingayan 2-3 minutes. Book you. Where can we find book? Tinoran Chapuk or Anchiding. Nito Ding. Ranchiman Grace, one on online article Gadatin. You contribute to newspaper now in South Sudan. Kuganang radio. So can a book explore at the end. Now the question is marriages. Yung mga device na bagalwel deng ina begol dito deng.
I want to recognize. I'm going to talk about recognize. When you take about visa boy, visa girl. An extension chela law. Chantatini wo use tinitene ko joke. I wait kijaga omi lakini na chirila law. To a point, yin, she led. Just intention to I visa me in biology. She fair. So can our call ya. Yeah, na but y'all been a creek, can I change it well? Relationship, especially the I will be saying I think.
Yeah.
Because I think watching experience. Observation, ngalaba bad. We call die, kajuja eto. Kocha too sensitive.
Yep.
With that sensitivity, could you generate a phenomenal shalabagwir? That na chapiori hakutuk. Kevara ampol. You cannot tolerate your couple, your partner. Tolerance, for example, this guy has inclined to Panden, you start complaining. About a solution. So such things, I can look at tolerance. But I think kitchen challenges. Atakayan school education. Can I tell you between call to go by? Alas, because school I talk, you get on a marriage. The process as such, and it should and it have challenges.
Endurance. Yep.
Can I know challenges and then tolerance coming? When the buy wiser too. That is your problem together. We shouldn't blame game. I think. So, Bukaruchi go to just that. You sit down, your problem, make it do, you are in a mutual relationship. So you solve it. Okay, wait. But I think I got you act like married already. So people wonder, you can. Now Japan were retreating or you observe, especially here, our society is not good. It's not good. There's a lot of unfaithfulness. There's a lot of mistrust. They are called charcoal that cake I unfaithful, but really I can bake very well. But I check a call. But I don't cook, non craig. So I want to be limited. I don't want to go deep anyway. But we just have to recognize problem at all. But it is you to solve.
Thank you. Next person. Grace or Apuk. You want to come first? Okay, Apuk.
No, it doesn't matter. She can go. Yeah? Okay. Can we be able to add? So people are asking us questions like, how can you sort of establish that successful relationship, or a relationship that you can at least call a healthy relationship, as we call it here. Kaban Jamtin is connection, faithfulness, love and trust, communication, commitment. These things are very important in anything. So this can also apply to a relationship. It doesn't have to be marriage. When you are in a relationship with a person, you want to trust that person, that everything is what you are going to work towards. I know we don't know until you get married and you find out, the challenges that married couples face together. One of the things that I did being long some of the colleagues that are married are that the longer you stay together, the higher chances of both of you getting bored. I don't know, like you get bored of each other.
You got it. Yeah.
So to me, if you're in a relationship with someone, and if you've made that commitment in marriage to be with that person, you made a vow, whether it's in church or through any other marital ceremony, to be with that person no matter what. So in your relationship, try to be as creative as much as you can. Try to set a goal for yourself. Have a family goal, have a short-term goal, have a long-term goal. That way you have a focus rather than just living day by day. If you, let's say we got any mortgage which will pay off. I'm talking in the Western context. African context might be different, okay? You have a goal that you want to finish off your mortgage by a certain time. So both of you can sit down as a family and see, okay, how can we make extra income? How can we come up with a business? Together. Only if you are in monogamy kind of relationship. Because in a polygamous marriage, it becomes a very divided attention where you don't have time to even discuss these things with your husband because he's busy eating combo in a nurse's house. You understand?
Yeah.
But in a monogamy marriage where you are with one person every day, you get sick and tired of each other. You just can't tolerate each other anymore. You see? So what you need to do, you need to be creative. Try to travel. Okay, go to different places, visit different places, be creative every weekend, go for an exercise together as a family, do things as a family. I understand that we have different ways of doing different things. Maybe I'm speaking from a very modern kind of, but for Kochi did long dear usually other men will visit and then they go play games or whatever. For women, we're on the phone, doing our gossiping or talking to other women about other women and other people or whatever. Rather than limiting your discussions to people, why don't you talk about things that are really important to you as a family? So I think communication is him. I remember there was an article, Sister Grace, which was one of the controversial one where a lot of women were on your case on social media. And this one was about in-laws, about how some girls, right? Kuleka ben, kabo kachila kwed wilmush. The same thing I think I loy too, on the men's side. Adegro cock, a family skin, and if you, this is why it comes to experience and the different, like it's complex. Marriage is complex. We don't know what these people are going through. There are some marriages that one, be in-laws from the girl side, some marriages that one be in-laws from the men's side. So it's up to you as a family to ensure that you do not allow external factors to affect your relationship. It comes to you, protect your wife. And you as a wife, protect your husband. Do not allow other people, even friends. There's some friends that are not good, that will give you the wrong advice about your marriage or your relationship. Because tiala didn't much. Same thing with family members. I think family members can go on tiala too. They will do whatever they can within their power to ensure that they will get rid of that woman. She's like this, she's like this. Some of us, for example, me as a very talkative person as I am, as you all know, I'm one of those people that I will express my opinion if something is wrong. You understand? So communication is between partners. So please do not allow people outside of your marriage or outside of your relationship to intervene in any of your misunderstanding, because they will go and feed the fuel and the ego that you already has. So I think is important.
Thank you.
So setting a goal, commitment, communication, love, and trust, and you got sick and tired of each other. Be honest, communicate it. You know what? I'm actually really bored of you right now.
I don't know.
Yeah, so I know long year one hard because facts of life. Another thing that I will add too is I know it sounds inappropriate, but it's part of life and it's part of nature. You in terms of fantasy, in terms of intimacy, let me use that word. I think it's better. I get it, like it's meant for procreation, but so you need to be quite creative, both of you, husband and wife. There was a lady, she has a channel, she's religious, she's like a pastor. I don't know.
Yep,
women.
pastors too, yep.
Yes, okay. I thought usually in society we have different names. She's a pastor. And she made a video that I thought that video was very important. You as a woman, you need to keep your husband at home, or your boyfriend, or your relationship. And these are some of the things that you need to do. Okay? This is her words, not mine. Apparently by nature, so you need to look brand new every day for your partner. So what does that mean? The way you dress needs to change. So for your husband, I know all the way, but if you are at home, you're comfortable with your husband, dress a certain way. Okay, make sure you keep your husband just looking at you, but not outside. Because at the end of the day, we're only just human, and sometimes we will make mistakes unknowingly because of make sure your hygiene, like chocolate pay. Make sure so that when they go outside, I don't know what it is with our people, but we love beautiful things. Anyways, that's all I can say. I don't have perfect relationships either. There's no any perfect relationship I can say. We're dealing with humans. All right, different characteristics, different personalities.
Thank you, Apok.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Apok. Grace Akon, your comment, please.
Oh, yeah. Thanks so much, Apok. You have really opened my eyes, and you have opened our eyes. I do believe, though you are not married, I think you know much about marriage. So thank you. Yeah, thanks, Pastor. Yeah, I think about marriage. I have opinion on that. And it is reason our opinion, it is because we are not experiencing what you are experiencing. And one thing about marriage, among its own things, or among like Monjatiak, a white can Monchingetiak, outing Tatiak, a white can think Chingetiak. So it means problem doing a face, a white can problem can. And no walk away quite die, Kujila walk like a until bake on Nongiji polygamous and monogamous families. Kayukala Bay, I think so, think Kelibiki common to the families or the common problems your couple can face or the common solution. Libika Gami ticket. So I'll take it in my opinion. And I think it's common. So it's not a must. You do it that way. There might be another way you do your marriage to successful. And all we need is a successful marriage. So I think points kekaka unchika relevant. But I do believe there are times you get married to somebody, but nani chen kan obtain ku kan obtain kuchaye ni to niop de kuchaye gam to niop, and then you people can make a beautiful marriage. Kajui ko kek ne ticket if na law you are expecting so much from someone, and na lo ale ka take gege and bella you get in place. And that thing okay, Kurana chikubu to niop and chikubu gam. You need that perfect husband, you need the perfect wife. And at the end of it, perfect, sorry. All of us want to own your work, one on work and the best thing ever to new open ebany, kuba consider, and then if there is a way ben we discuss your lodgement, I won't dengal kaway or root discuss. Now getting this marriage I think be no everything for good. Then it's better back ritual kulelenge watch bela twin kupake is better than back jarir kawachin kawachin ping root which all ke which all when root, and those are things though back poche achieve the best option a back root ping but in your dibanye kunye in your do kulu kurut forgiven kuloku to life because poor emi that affected so much. A lot of these children yaga keting kechika wan koi gumaret. Mendu lura and the pure mendu looting the pure. You will find different person in future. The same thing to know mendu bimo in deblo pure will be a different person. And this thing emi that affected emotionally, physically, and mentally. So po acha ita out wenge first thing. Banaja tinga chint layer anything in life, anak pidu, anak your dreams, and anak everything. Kuechi we reach a point of discussion and understanding. One back but remember back mitkun back ke first priority because not how mitkun ke first priority go benang better life. So I think those are opinions I can say. And marriage a what chu wer tong eke chuk tin ache ke wer ban ke chuk tin mon being etiak ache en mon batiak the same thing to thinking etiak. So it's kind of different. Is kind of something that is very difficult. But yes, we give our opinions in common things we see. And most of the reason why I normally select opinions and common things to do with marriages, it is because and a lot of children are on the street, and they are really suffering. But you know, walk away parents are. So this is something that we need to try possible ways out. Ben I think that the marriages for in the next generation because the situation we are in now in this 21st century is totally bad. Most of the time I see a lot of people and if nothing I think that even makes sense, you know, you don't really understand. But because you cannot really stay, you know.
Thank you.
So please, we are hoping for better families.
Thank you. Thank you, Grace. I think I have learned something new today, and it is war for me. Accept each other weakness, you know. Accept it. But try by embrace. Canteen forgive. Together. Thank you so much, Apuk. Thank you, Ding. And thank you, Akon. So, in the inquiry, Nanguchi inspired by your information to him about in the paper. Book to Katokan en one child Africa Kulaben, who own success, Bungacha Queen, well done. Congratulations. Bungtung cha order wangorwe mane, a rainbow of crying society. Ian Bunga 1 minute le walk that. What do you mean by that? In 2 minutes, Rainbow of Crying Society. Yekalwer gukeke ke book review and yabalo in 2 minutes. Kanting kujela wake up and shine students. So can you go one chin but Rainbow of Crying Society. Gaya nyarba review book review within 2 minutes. Balewo kuini challenge. Naje tuk yende queer ke yina puk imbro guir bawule 2 minutes redefining cultural continuity through South Sudanese women artistic practice. But book review loy in 2 minutes about that book chako right can ran chiwe gor. So ding plot is yours. Yen we koi die ke koi ke kadie a koi ningi contribute to our society in one way or another. So nakor this is the only way libu cake support. Either bu boken, buke order, canting buke encourage. Aware jale wake at the end doge jil pianke kulonga bagur to chike tok. So ding floor is yours.
Okay, well, in challenging pasta, yawe koi die. About teach 1 million to ngaba jor. In addition to 2 minutes.
Yep.
So kiyane gam can kiyane teach. Bunga wini cha won success. Yini ga cha cover one.
All right.
Tichine be. Na kan lo wini benang ka wow book. Anje ko. Ana jin intention to wow my book.
I got my copy somewhere in the library here. Okay,
Lord. Ko die. Ko die. Kian nang interest, but we want success. But lewek, elon loy. Kunagar, kaya don't write, kaya pure koi kok. Kuarat, ekonayen, kujibeayin. So boke, they are to shape me. Kaken kolo nangin that.
True.
And I learned I do. So, Kachira and Derbulum that these guys are allured, exalted, catered on top of the society. No, I walk that walk over to gear and uncle to walk or book a gear, and I took a garping, Kabu Yangi that it's long, and you have known that I have that. So I have to change. But I talk in Kabila gear with Kidem. Yen won success. I think it did, but we'll name just one topic yen luyen inspired. A yen title de another. Yen anong tip. Rande your own. A little bit of we know man yen anong in. Yen a junang success the kringa. I've gone ahead to encourage and kuyin that a specific honor of success though. Era che gam lu succeed. Kuba lu succeed udi kuye success yen. Success ki chata abaloy ku chatun ga accomplish that success in that. Anong dimension. If you had the intention of batayra kuchago, then you have succeeded in buying a helicopter or an aeroplane. So I don't want to babu it, but they'll low in a car lewe.
Thank you.
Egapia chance gedang chi chance today, but jam about it. About the book. Book, yes, chagor, but it's a begam we koi it's a begam kanita. Ukiana gam. Ayen, Taura diaro to the walk. Agabo, boy was a pot who lost school you don't away. So go away to Puerto St. Helen. Yingashi will bend with that program. We in Gamma Boom and Gamma wrote into that. So we want to appreciate dear. I read a walk, young Marco in Hirakaiko, we will support who read school. That now duku with degrees, that they should be dukia can skill lock in a cake. Because cockeye young ladies and they have the potential in Anglo. So Bungachi Bay and thanks to Koirer Nairobi, a chick Bay Kujoku supported with fundraising. Sugar Jan Belloy, Kachia Bugatok and Nong Loy. So what did you have sugar better house Sukuli? Now tell Sukuli cake and they have done tailoring, they have done hairdressing, beauty therapy, such. So okay, that I took on the first batch, there were 7. So I took a bit when I took those 6 months can get chicken lois. And so tomorrow we'll be success then a book celebrated. West and Helen Parish in Nairobi area.
Amen. That's a good news.
So book celebrated me. So we'll be long tomorrow and I die. We cover program which are doing. You work thing me alive, maybe get you out life. Cover supported. You are welcome. You are supported with the Kabagua, you get you fine. You book by order, fine. So I interest the book card.
Thank you.
Which are coming to Rainbow of a Crying Society, the Kakawa guy challenges. Our society is actually crying. Iran, we cry, Iran, them unity. Iran, Angugu. So, Wogum chok, Wogum tongue, Wogum diseases, Wogum poor infrastructure, Wogum miskelaton work that do, you will manipulate. Agum cake. And therefore, I'm inspired to say that who will solve this? Yinga bijo ben koi kijo diao pure what the coin chip deng green. Yinga bijo rainbow yen be pug jo goi chan rainbow we believe that na chini alita then kadeng a kat chip in beriong a pew. So ko ja diao there's so much tears falling. Yening albugo goi.
Wow.
So in a challenge that wow. We are the cold generation.
Rainbow.
So the book at our publishing house, man, I can call Ben Beam and Jamu. So you know about it, many topics at all. There's a topic Jamia, the basic unit of a good country within that book, which is you. Na chapia, the country chapia. Na charai, the country area. So sometimes I say, we don't need that a change of the top office. We need even our change can work. Because sometimes the top office is most of the time a reflection of subjects. Na chuguru leo. Cha Louis succeed ke edeng. Kayanji pi de leo. Kumen kaya Louis succeed, the family daji Louis succeed. Na the family Louis succeed, kula family there Louis succeed, ke community Louis succeed.
Thank
up
you.
Thank
you,
Dictor. Up to the country level. So thank you. You
thank
know the
you.
book about Thank you.
Thank you, Denkwe. Na ya chol Dictor, fruba tao title to when we call bochien. Deng yen jeto one medical science. Amantioke. Yen mantioke chiben jamle di argota wetok. Ankin wa used to that. A very humble man. Bung twing on your gore chiben donate to church. Benediar bigger queen ne courses when you're getting all the big coin for 6 months. Can I check a bell loy? Book a jiben our kuke, I chibella 2 with the church. Can Angelo di lawyer pay? Thank you, Denquid. Nyali Kenny Yin. The second book, Nale Benbe me a rainbow of a crying society. Keka book order walk out to Biden. Because I walk I rainbow, chiranded. Walk away in the pew. So thank you, Deng Incha Leja Pay. Next person, Apuk in Bijam about the Bung Chaka co-right, redefining cultural continuity through South Sudanese women artistic practice. So Apuk in Ben.
Thank you. This is actually a journal article, not a book.
Thank you.
And,
thanks for correcting that. Yeah.
All good, thank you. Yeah, and we published this journal article in, let me remember the year, because in 2019. And the people that sponsored it were University of New South Wales, under Dr. Carolyn and Carolyn Lynette. And I understand that sometimes we tend to focus on cultural practices that disadvantage us, but there are also some good practices within our culture that we need to acknowledge. And so in that journal article, what we did, it was a workshop that we ran. And through the workshop, what we, so the case study was basically around resettlement. And the main thing that we were looking at was culture and the impact of culture in the new resettlement and some of the changes as well that happens. So we had elderly women, we had middle-aged women, and then there was the young girls as well. And we were just in a very free space where women were allowed to express their views and cultural practices. And what we were looking at was redefining the culture itself and cultural practices in a different place, because Australia is an entirely different continent, yeah? And how we are trying to shape the new notions of cultural continuity. So how are we continuing to practice our culture in the new context? So in this sense, we're trying to look at maintaining and passing on of traditional knowledge to our young ones that are growing up here, because you also want your kids to know your roots, some of the traditional practices as well. So what we've done was, try to ask simple questions about polygamy was one of them as well, like polygamous marriage, gender role, and we were looking at it from the lens of the elderly women. And they were telling us, things that the younger ones were disagreeing with. And so you can see the generational gap in between. So the young girls were like, but why do you have to cook? What about, the fathers? Why can't they cook? You see? So, and then our mothers had to explain the reasons why back home, because there was, the role was quite distinctive. Here, it has changed now, and even our mothers acknowledge the changes. Some of the mothers were saying that, yes, even now the young boys are in the kitchen cooking as well, and it's okay. So these are the sort of things that were covered. So if you're interested in reading about this, please, I have the journal article online, but if you have to do it you're going to have to buy it. So if you want it for free, I can forward it to Pastor Samuel, and Pastor Samuel can go and email it to you from there.
Thank you.
That way you have a free access
to
it, because Khawaja, they don't give their things for free.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Pastor Samuel. I'm actually really exhausted at the moment. I'm not going to lie. I'm trying to keep a straight face.
Yep.
It's 10:40 past my bedtime.
Yeah. We're closing up now. Let's listen to Grace. Grace will take at least 3 minutes. Okay. Grace, Kulwan, is your turn now. Inchi, to the point, even Yiraka scholarship now in Botown. You maintain core. Real talk with Grace. Talk to schoolgirls. Woman talk with Grace. Founder of Grace Foundation. We tune in the radio Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and the radio is about a talk show on the Voice of Reconciliation, 98.4 FM, Radio FM. The program is hosted by Love Affairs and Community Matters by Jacob Ball. So tell us more about that. Ku yonguchi inspired by article Juga Bagogor. By contributing to that radio, what is your bigger picture? I think you are planning to do something. Let's work everything within 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I will start with Talk to School Girls. Talk to School Girls is a program where I discuss issues affecting young girls be it in education, be it in culture, and GBV, which is gender-based violence. And I came up with the idea of the program last year. When I was in South Sudan, I saw a lot of girls go through a lot of exploitation, but they don't know that what they are going through is exploitation. They just see like it is normal. So, and to tell them that this is not normal, I have to speak to them and tell them that this is affecting your health, this is affecting your future, it is affecting your education like this. So that's when I came up with the issue of talk to school girls. The discussion on Women's Talk with Grace is kind of where we discuss issues particularly that are affecting women only. We only discuss on issues that are affecting women and how we can transform the society so that we can bring positive things, or so that there is another way that we can change these few things that affect women. And this one is not me alone that discuss, but I try to, there are times I try to interact with some of the few women in different fields, be it in education, be it in business, or in any other field. So we discuss issues that affect them and how can we discuss and how can we transform. The issue of Real Talk with Grace, I think it is one of the leading program now currently in Jonglei, and it is one of the successful program, the Real Talk with Grace. We discuss issues that are around women's and education, women's and culture, women and civilization, building strong families in the model world. And the reason the program was started last year in May. There was a time I was writing an article on polygamy, how the polygamy is affecting, and what if naloku polygamy and all that. So this article actually by the management of BOR, and so they contacted me and we tried to discuss. So after the discussion, the public was like, this girl can come up with a program. And when we started the program with Jacobol Leranto in the ground, the program I allow in form of a pre-recorded program. So the program I recorded it in a put watch, and then kuje Jacobol je host out there. So it is one of the successful program, and I thank God because it is helping a lot of young girls, a lot of women, and the society at large and the families. There are a lot of time people come up to me and they be like, Grace, this is changing us. On the issue of Grace Foundation, this come from the way I have been helped. I come from a kind of humble background, and because of that, I do believe there is something I can change. There is one person that I can change. Are you there?
Yes, we there. Yep.
Yeah. So I do believe in the world that I can change one person like the way I was changed. There are times and that ran and took class 8, and there were possibilities maybe the J and Tiak after that, but because that person decided to take the responsibility of me being entire school through his scholarship, that thing I can transform. So I do believe in a world whereby there are so many other girls who are like me, and they have the ability who can no interest in education, but I think supported. So all these things are so much into women's education, and they are so much into girl child education, because the only way we can achieve gender equality is to ensure that all the girls at the grassroots are in education. Because na education, ka equal opportunities. Walk up in a very strong ground to speak up and be like, we shall be in thousands who are educated. But no took which appear to but it will be better if nothing you cook and are independent. So I think that's what motivates me so much.
Thank you, Grace. We're Coach Dai, thank you so much for your comment and your support. No Coach you jam yen what mean to God will show until now they cannot exit. So yen really good. So I'm a long way. Nearly able to can wake in a different way. This is very brilliant presentations. We viewers with you. You need to support these young, brilliant minds with word of advice, back encourage, go back support in one way or another. Back a longer cake, don't wisdom cry. Back a witch cupid, and we quite die with you. Although your opinion can lock any in, personal view, you don't need to take it personal. So call back a support. We show Louis host abuna. No personal interest. We catching Louis target. We catching anything. Catching credit card or bank. We are just educating our community. So belong. Let us pray.
Before you pray faster,
Yep.
Happy I go relate.
Okay.
You to relate number one.
All
Now
right.
you're gonna yin.
Amen.
Akuiran wo na reckon on credit bed delivered to Benin change the law. But I think. So thank you. When you Kabole, good discussion, she will successfully.
That's good.
Or a book product that book you're thing we don't know whether it's successful or not. But a book
It is.
But you should nim leo. A legend way. In a code, in a book, nearly gonna work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Balong or
Thank
running pray.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much, Deng. And I think the discussion of today has been so wonderful to work it in a one because one on different view. Like imagine for me and Apuk, and there's nothing like because a lot of emotions. We have been like coming up with our own ideas, with the way in Apuk the way I have been seeing it like that. So thanks so much, Big Sis. Thanks so much, Apuk. I'm so grateful to have you today. I'm so grateful to interact with you today. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Deng, and thanks so much, Pastor, for having us. We are so glad.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also just wanted to say thank you, Pastor Samuel, because you're always doing great things by society. You also have your own organizations in the community. And it's a good thing to see. I've been to your church before, and I can see the unity within your church, and I can see the impact that you're making in the community. So we thank you as well. And thank you for taking your time out to the viewers. Some of you may agree with our views, some of you may disagree, and it's okay. That's how we all disagree to agree at the end of the day, right? But a society where different views are welcome is a good society. It's a society that wants change. And change is inevitable. And it is right next to your door. It's better to be aware than not to know. And when you don't know, the impact is greater. Some of the things, Jim, I could think in the future, but we already have Juba as a capital. And education has been with a lot of changes. Good and bad as well, and we need to embrace them. So, is that social media is a platform where individuals, Facebook, you tell what is on your mind. Yeah. So at that time, whatever you're thinking is what you write, and people may disagree or agree with you, and it's okay. Like in thing Facebook, community. They don't know you. They think what you post on Facebook is who you are. You understand? Let's say, for example, if I have a view that is deeper from a code, go man straight away. No. I don't want to have anything to do with her. Brainwash. You know, everyone been turn against a cone, or either everyone try to turn a cone against me, and then it creates that division amongst intellectuals within our community. So if we are very open, if we are intellectual, and let's try to be objective rather than being subjective. Let's not use emotions when we are doing our debates. Let's try to be reasonable, and let's be supportive of young people that are coming up. And I don't want you to be discouraged, I want you to continue with your views. Don't change simply because people are telling you to change, because that's your standpoint. You understand? And it's very important that there will be people that will challenge you, and there will be people that will disagree with you. And what I don't agree with is when people get personal. Be a lad, or your family be a lad, or your family be discouraged. I wouldn't want that, because why? We're learning. You bring a topic and it generates a debate. And from there, people learn something new, right? And that's what we all do. So let's try to work for the betterment of our society with our different views, different opinions. Facts, opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Apuk. Don't forget to thank our viewers. Your video achieved 12,607 people Achika reach 12,607 has been shared by 227 and comments 1,600 comments so far. So thanks our viewers. Kubuku Jalong. Thank you.
Yeah. And thanks to Deng too. I don't want to forget Deng. I apologize. Thank you for taking your time as well to give us the medical background. Yeah, thank you for that. Kalas Obulong.
Yep. Dear God, we thank you so much for this blessing night, and we thank you so much for this blessing day for those who are in Africa. Thank you for the love that you show us through your Son, Jesus. Lord Father, we thank you so much for the wisdom that you invest to these young people. We thank you so much for this blessing. Thank you in the way that you brought them up, and thank you in the way that they have shaped and contribute and educate our community. You are amazing God. You are almighty. Thank you for our viewers. Lord Father, we thank you that they spend much of their time tonight watching our videos and learning some ideas, concepts, and philosophies that will change their way of thinking. Lord Father, we thank you so much for your word. The Bible I pray for Deng Queer. I thank you, Lord, throughout his education. I thank you, Lord, the community society be educated. In Chukule Nyalik too, for my dear sisters, Yapuk, my little sister Grace Akon, the way Chinga brought up and the way Chinkek inspire the community big change. In for my viewers and their families, Bakek bless Kadia. May peace and love of God be taken awake. Niringa Yesu Christo Bandida. Amen. Amen. Now I will end the show. Thank you so much. Nyale biya taken awake. Nyale biya taken awake.
Amen.
Kuna Allah te duan juir yen bu ber ben ku lom we nu gobje bag ya to ti yanto tin John tir ku wan ni chukdia yin dai ne Pastor Samuel K. Majuk, Australia.